Welcome to the Timeless Tales Library, where stories unfold like silk ribbons guiding you toward peaceful dreams. I'm Theodore, your host, and tonight I'll be sharing 6 hours of cozy Sherlock Holmes mysteries to ease your mind and guide you gently towards sleep. The Timeless Tales Library is made possible by listeners like you. If you found comfort here, please subscribe and help us continue creating these peaceful stories. As you settle in, comment below and let me know where you are in the world tonight, and share a place you dream of a story taking you to. Perhaps a book-lined study in a London townhouse, the quiet countryside estate of a Sussex beekeeper, a softly lit hansom cab rolling through midnight streets, or a secluded inn nestled in the Yorkshire Dales. Your ideas keep our little library glowing bright. Now close your eyes and breathe deeply. You're entering a special section of the Timeless Tales Library where the books are not made of paper, but of soft glowing clouds. This is a place for stories of gentle journeys and floating dreams. Each tale is woven from starlight and moonlight, full of tranquil characters and calming landscapes. Feel your body settle into the cloud-like comfort of your bed, your own personal nook in this gentle expanse. Release any tension in your legs, arms and neck. Let the soft, feathery texture of your blankets and mattress wrap around you. The cloud weavers of the library are here to guide you to a restful sleep. The words of the story are carried on a gentle breeze, a whisper that soothes your mind and body. Let yourself drift with them. Sherlock Holmes, The Case of the Whispering Willow. The late summer air draped over London like a silken shawl, its golden hue softened by the fading light of a long, languid day. The faint perfume of blooming roses drifted through the open window of 221B Baker Street, mingling with the distant murmur of the city. A symphony of urban life played sotto voce, filtered and softened by the peaceful hour. Inside our familiar rooms, the atmosphere was one of tranquil intimacy. A fire, lit more for companionship than warmth, crackled softly in the hearth, its flames dancing with a quiet, hypnotic rhythm. The firelight cast an amber glow that played across the eclectic clutter of our shared sanctuary. Books piled haphazardly, their leather bindings worn smooth, chemical apparatus glinting with a cold metallic sheen, and Holmes's beloved violin resting against a deep velvet cushion, its bow lying casually across the strings as if momentarily paused mid-aria. The room, for all its potential chaos, felt utterly secure, a bastion of quiet intellect. Dr. John Watson sat in my well-worn armchair, its faded upholstery a comforting constant. The springs gave slightly in all the familiar places a small, welcoming creak. A delicate porcelain cup of chamomile tea rested on the small mahogany table beside me, its steam curling upward in lazy tendrils, filling the air with a soothing herbal scent. My notebook lay open on my lap, the pages filled with half-formed sentences chronicling our recent adventures. I felt the restorative power of this stillness soaking into my very bones. Across from me, Sherlock Holmes reclined in his own chair, a high-backed affair upholstered in deep burgundy. His long, slender fingers were steepled beneath his chin, a familiar, almost architectural gesture. His eyes, sharp and grey as polished steel, were half closed, their usual piercing intensity softened as he gazed into the flickering flames. The firelight cast delicate shadows across his angular features. For once, the restless, almost electrical energy that so often defined him seemed entirely at rest, like a coiled spring purposefully allowed to unwind. The evening was an oasis of stillness, a rare and precious interlude. Holmes had been without a case for nearly a week, a state that typically left him pacing or plucking irritably at his violin. Yet tonight, he seemed content to let the world turn without his intervention. The only sounds in the room were the soft, rhythmic ticking of the mantel clock, its brass pendulum glinting, and the occasional whisper of paper. The silence was not oppressive or dull, but comforting and deep, a gentle reminder of the shared, unspoken bond that flourished in these quiet moments of shared domesticity. "Watson," Holmes murmured, his voice low and languid, carrying the deep cadence of a man half lost in pleasant reverie. "Do you ever grow weary of chronicling my trifling exploits? Surely your readers, bless their predictable souls, must tire of my methods, as predictable as they must seem to you by now. Do you not long for a subject more heroic, more conventionally grand?" I chuckled, the sound warm and familiar in the cozy room. Setting my pen down on the table, I leaned back, cradling the warm teacup in my hands, enjoying the heat radiating into my palms. "On the contrary, Holmes, the public devours your adventures with an appetite that shows no sign of waning. Your methods predictable? Hardly. Each case, no matter how small, reveals some new facet of your brilliance, an unexpected turn of logic or a depth of insight I had not previously perceived. Though I must confess," I continued, my tone growing more reflective, "I sometimes wonder if you ever tire of unraveling mysteries. Even a mind as tireless and brilliant as yours must crave a respite now and then. Perhaps a long sojourn in the country, or an uninterrupted week with that chemical apparatus of yours." Holmes's lips curved into a faint, almost wistful smile, his eyes catching the firelight with a momentary glint of amusement. "Rest is a luxury, my dear Watson, one I rarely indulge and often regret indulging. To sleep is to miss the subtle currents of the world. Yet I will concede that an evening such as this, with its quiet simplicity and the agreeable scent of your tea, holds a certain charm. The mind, like a finely strung bow, must occasionally be unstrung to preserve its strength and elasticity. Tonight, I find myself content to listen to the fire's song, to observe the slow movements of the city's shadows, and let the world's mysteries wait for their morning light." Before I could respond, a soft, almost timid knock echoed through the room, gentle but insistent, like the tap of a hesitant finger on a glass pane. Mrs. Hudson, our ever-reliable landlady, entered a moment later, her grey hair neatly pinned beneath a lace cap, her expression a careful blend of apology and maternal concern. She wore a simple dress of navy wool, its hem faintly dusted with flour from some earlier culinary endeavour, perhaps a batch of her famously light scones. "I'm terribly sorry to disturb you. Gentlemen," she said, her voice soft but clear, "but there's a lady here to see you. She seems quite distressed, though she's ever so polite about it, and has such a gentle air. Shall I show her in, or ask her to call again tomorrow? Holmes's eyes sharpened instantly, the languor of the moment giving way to a spark of deep-seated curiosity. Though his posture remained relaxed, one leg crossed elegantly over the other. "By all means, Mrs. Hudson," he said, his tone smooth as velvet, masking a sudden alertness. The combination of distress and politeness in a late evening caller promises an intriguing diversion indeed. "Show her up." Mrs. Hudson withdrew. A moment later, a woman stepped in, carrying a palpable aura of sorrow. She was in her late 40s, with soft, silver-streaked brown hair tucked neatly under a simple pale grey bonnet. Her warm hazel eyes held a quiet kindness, but they were shadowed by a deep, lingering sadness. In her hands she clasped a small, meticulously clean lace handkerchief. Her plain, elegant dress was a deep forest green, accentuating her quiet dignity. "Good evening, gentlemen," she said, her gentle voice steadying after a faint tremor. "I am Mrs. Eleanor Grayson. I apologize for calling so late, but I need Mr. Holmes's particular talents. I have heard of your remarkable ability to unravel the inexplicable, and I pray you might help me." Holmes rose fluidly and gestured to the plush chair opposite him by the fire. "Please, Mrs. Grayson, sit," he said, his tone courteous and inviting. "You have no need to apologize. The mind is ever awake to a genuine mystery. Tell us what troubles you, and we shall see." She settled into the chair, twisting the handkerchief before folding her hands neatly in her lap. After a deep, steadying breath, she met Holmes's gaze. "It is a peculiar matter, and perhaps not the dramatic case you are accustomed to solving. I live in a small, isolated village called Willowmere, some miles outside London. My cottage is near a small grove of willow trees. One of these trees is unusual in a way that I fear sounds utterly fantastic." Holmes leaned forward slightly, his steepled fingers resting lightly against his lips, his eyes alight with a quiet, scholarly intensity. "Unusual in what way, Mrs. Grayson?" he asked, his voice low and encouraging, as though coaxing a delicate, rare secret from the air itself. She hesitated, twisting the handkerchief more tightly in her hands. "It sounds fanciful, I know, and perhaps the local folk think me touched by my sorrow, but the willow seems to whisper. At night, when the wind moves through its long trailing branches, I hear what sounds distinctly like words, soft, indistinct, but unmistakable in their cadence and intent. At first, I was certain it was merely my imagination, a cruel product of grief, perhaps. My beloved husband, Thomas, passed away 2 years ago, and the willow was his favourite place in all the world to sit and read, or to simply contemplate. But the whispers have grown clearer and more persistent over time, and I am now profoundly convinced they are trying to tell me something specific." I glanced at Holmes, expecting to see a flicker of his usual, barely concealed skepticism towards the supernatural, but his expression was one of unwavering, respectful curiosity. "And have you discerned any particular words or phrases in this arboreal monologue?" he asked, his tone perfectly neutral. Mrs. Grayson nodded slowly. "At times, I hear my name, Eleanor, spoken so softly it might indeed be the wind itself, were it not for the warmth with which it seems to be uttered. Other times there are fragments. Remember, always, beneath, light. I know it sounds like madness, Mr. Holmes, but I cannot shake the deep, abiding feeling that Thomas is somehow connected to it. I loved him dearly, and his loss has left a profound, echoing void in my heart. If there is a message in that tree, if it is somehow his final communication, I must know what it is, even if it brings me more sorrow. Holmes leaned back, his fingers drumming lightly on the arm of his chair, a sign of deep, rapid thought. A whispering willow, he mused, the words seeming to taste exotic and fresh on his tongue. A curious, deeply personal phenomenon. Have others heard these sounds? Only my nearest neighbour, Miss Clara Hawthorne, an elderly spinster who lives in a quaint cottage some 100 yards away. She mentioned hearing faint murmurs but dismisses them as merely the wind, or perhaps the creaking of old wood. No one else in the village has mentioned it, though few pass by my cottage after dark. And you wish me to journey to Willowmere and investigate the source of these whispers? Holmes asked, fixing her with an attentive gaze. Yes, she said earnestly, her voice gaining a strength born of conviction. I need the certainty of truth, Mr. Holmes. I need to know if it is merely my fragile mind playing cruel tricks, or if there is something more, a message, a warning, or a profound expression of love. I trust your judgment, Mr. Holmes, to uncover the truth, whatever its nature may be, without dismissing me as a foolish, grieving woman. Holmes glanced at me, a faint, almost secret smile tugging at his lips, a look that said, "Here is a puzzle for the heart, not merely the head." What say you, Watson? A trip to the countryside might do us good. The air is fresher, the pace slower, and the inhabitants are, perhaps, less inclined to murder one another than in our dear London. It could be a restful and gentle diversion. I nodded immediately, warmed by the prospect of a gentle mystery in a tranquil rural setting, a welcome change from the smoky back alleys of the city. I'm game, Holmes. It sounds like just the thing for a quiet, contemplative adventure, far from the glare of gaslight and the cries of the police whistle. Very well, Mrs. Grayson, Holmes said, rising with a final decisive movement. We shall accompany you to Willowmere tomorrow morning. I suggest the first train that provides adequate seating and space for my modest travel kit. Expect us at the station. In the meantime, try to rest. We shall approach your whispering willow with open minds and sharp senses, and we shall get to the bottom of its secret. Mrs. Grayson's face softened completely with gratitude, the sadness in her eyes momentarily eclipsed by relief. Thank you, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson. I feel lighter already. Simply knowing your intelligence will be applied to this matter. After she departed, her gentle footsteps fading away, Holmes stood by the window for a long moment, gazing out at the soft, diffused glow of the street lamps. A curious case, Watson, he said, breaking the silence. Not one of danger or intrigue, but of the heart's desperate need for connection. I suspect we shall find more than mere wind in those branches, though the physics of sound will undoubtedly play a part. The following morning, we boarded an early train bound for Willowmere, a quaint village nestled in a verdant valley some 30 miles from London. The journey was exquisitely pleasant. The countryside rolled past in a breathtaking tapestry of emerald green fields, divided by golden hedgerows and dotted with grazing sheep and ancient oak trees, all bathed in the soft, cleansing light of an early sun. The air that rushed in through the open carriage window was clean and cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and fresh hay. Holmes, ever observant, studied the passing landscape with a quiet, almost meditative intensity, occasionally pointing out a geological feature or a subtle shift in the regional architecture, a sign of the deep knowledge he carried of every corner of England. I meanwhile allowed myself to fully relax, lulled by the gentle rhythmic clack of the train wheels over the tracks. It was a perfect morning for reflection. I noted in my journal the contrast between the vibrant, bustling life of London and the profound, timeless stillness of the countryside, a stillness that seemed to absorb and quiet all human noise. Willowmere itself was as charmingly peaceful as its name suggested. Cottages with thick, weathered, thatched roofs lined a single, winding cobblestone street, their tiny front gardens bursting with the late summer blooms of hollyhocks, snapdragons, and the last of the flamboyant roses. A small stream, the very picture of rural serenity, wound its way lazily through the village centre, its waters sparkling brilliantly in the mid-morning sunlight. Beyond the stream and a low stone wall lay the focal point of Mrs. Grayson's anxiety, a dense grove of willow trees, their long, supple branches swaying gently and gracefully in the persistent cooling breeze. Mrs. Grayson met us at the tiny picturesque station, wearing a light grey travelling suit. Her face, though still marked by sorrow, was noticeably brighter than the previous evening, though her eyes still held a trace of hopeful worry. "Thank you so much for coming," she said, leading us toward her cottage. "I've had a light breakfast prepared, and you're both welcome to stay in my guest rooms for as long as needed. I am so grateful." A thick blanket of dark green ivy covered her cosy stone cottage, its small garden a burst of calming lavender and soft roses. Inside, the air was warm with the scent of freshly baked bread and drying herbs. A large window, the room's heart, looked out onto a willow grove. The largest tree, an ancient weeping willow whose branches nearly touched the ground, stood just beyond the gate. "That is the Whispering Willow," Mrs. Grayson said. "Thomas used to sit beneath it every evening reading or sketching. He called it the most peaceful place in the world." Holmes' gaze fixed on the tree. "A magnificent specimen. We shall examine it closely this evening, when the light is low and the whispers are most likely to occur. For now, let us settle in and learn more about your husband." Over breakfast, Mrs. Grayson told her story. She and Thomas had 20 years of quiet country living and intellectual curiosity. Thomas, a botanist, had a deep love for nature, particularly the willows. He had planted the whispering willow himself, a rare sapling from a distant corner of England, tending it with meticulous care. His sudden, tragic death from illness had left her adrift, and the strange whispers began shortly after her return to the cottage. I thought at first it was merely my grief, manifesting as auditory hallucinations, she said, her voice soft and heavy with recollection. But the words, or the sounds that resemble words, are too clear, too specific to be mere mental noise. I truly feel he is trying to reach me, to tell me something he left profoundly unsaid, a final secret of his heart. Holmes listened with rapt attention, his expression thoughtful, not judgmental. And what of the village's dynamics? Are there others who might have had an interest in this particular tree, or a keen interest in your husband's memory or his work? Mrs. Grayson shook her head slowly. Willowmere is a profoundly quiet place, Mr. Holmes. The villagers are kind but keep very much to themselves. Clara, my neighbour, is the only one who visits me regularly. She and Thomas were lifelong friends, having grown up in the village together, and she's been a constant, gentle comfort to me since my loss. After tea, Holmes and I took a deliberate stroll to the grove, the air cool and intensely fragrant with the distinct scent of willow and damp, fertile earth. The whispering willow was a truly magnificent tree, its cascade of branches forming a natural, deeply shaded canopy that swayed gently, musically in the light breeze. Holmes examined the visible trunk, the primary roots, and the surrounding ground with his customary meticulousness, his movements deliberate and unhurried. No immediate signs of tampering or damage, he murmured, crouching low to inspect the dark, rich soil with a magnifying lens. The tree appears entirely healthy, its massive roots entirely undisturbed, yet there is something peculiar about the way the branches move, a certain density or shape that might influence acoustics, even in the slightest wind. I listened, straining every muscle in my ears to catch anything unusual, but the grove was profoundly silent save for the soft, natural rustle of leaves against each other. Do you think it's possible the whispers are real, Holmes? A genuine, if scientifically explainable, acoustic phenomenon? He straightened, a faint, almost scientific smile on his lips. The mind is a powerful and deceptive instrument, Watson, capable of weaving wonders from the utterly mundane. But I do not dismiss Mrs. Grayson's claims. She has heard something. Our task is not to discredit her, but to understand the source of the sound, and more importantly, the source of the meaning she has correctly intuited. There is a mystery here, and I intend to unravel it fully. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in stunning impressionistic hues of lavender, rose, and molten gold, we gathered beneath the vast sheltering expanse of the whispering willow. Mrs. Grayson brought a thick woolen blanket and a thermos of fragrant tea, and we sat in a small, close circle, the air growing cooler, almost damp, as the twilight settled over the village. The grove was utterly serene, the only sounds the gentle, steady trickle of the nearby stream and the pervasive rhythmic rustle of the willow's long trailing branches. Holmes had brought a small, specialized lantern, its soft, carefully modulated light casting a warm, circumscribed glow over the immediate scene. He sat cross-legged on the blanket, his eyes fixed on the tree, his posture a unique blend of complete relaxation and supreme, focused alertness. "Let us wait," he said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. "The night is calm, the air is still, and the conditions are ideal for any subtle phenomenon to make itself known." We sat in a rich, companionable silence, the world around us hushed and profoundly peaceful. The stars began to emerge in the deepening sky, twinkling softly above the willow's vast canopy, and I felt a deep, profound sense of calm settle over me, a peace I rarely found in London. Even Holmes, ever restless and driven, seemed entirely at ease, his sharp features softened and rendered almost contemplative by the lantern's gentle glow. Then, faintly at first, I heard it, a low, rhythmic, murmuring sound, like a deep, drawn-out sigh, carried on a very specific current of the wind. It was not distinct words, not yet, but a melodic, human-like hum that seemed to rise and fall precisely with the movement of the branches. Mrs. Grayson's eyes widened, her entire body tensing, and she clutched her handkerchief to her chest, her gaze fixed, mesmerized on the tree's shadowy form. "There," she whispered, her voice tight with emotion. "Do you hear it, Mr. Holmes? It is back." Holmes nodded slowly, his head tilted slightly as he listened intently, a scholar observing a unique natural phenomenon. "Fascinating," he murmured, his breath barely stirring the air. "It is indeed entirely distinct from the usual rustle of leaves, possessing a remarkable, almost resonant quality. Watson, what is your initial, honest impression of the sound's character?" I strained my ears, the sound growing clearer, more defined. It was as though the ancient tree were gently breathing, its branches weaving a soft, hypnotic, wordless song. "It's undeniably soothing," I said, "almost like a low, continuous lullaby, or the slow rhythm of a morning song." Holmes rose slowly, gracefully, moving closer to the massive trunk, his lantern held aloft like a surveyor's lamp. He ran his long, sensitive fingers along the rough, furrowed bark of the trunk, then reached up to lightly touch the lowest branches, letting them brush against his hand. "The sound is clearly amplified here," he said, his voice now a low instructional tone. "The density of the trunk and the unique structure and thickness of the branches are creating a natural resonance chamber, perhaps due to a hollow or a particular configuration that catches and modulates the slightest movement of air." As the night deepened, the murmurs became even more distinct. I heard, or perhaps truly thought I heard, the very faintest trace of a single word. "Eleanor," woven into the very core of the deep rustle. Mrs. Grayson gasped, hot tears instantly welling in her hazel eyes. "It's him," she said, her voice a broken whisper of certainty. "It's Thomas, I know it is." Holmes's expression remained calm and gentle, but his eyes were bright with the intense light of impending solution. "Let us not make any final conclusions yet, Mrs. Grayson," he said gently, though his manner was clearly respectful of her belief. "But I am now beginning to form a complete theory. Mrs. Grayson, tell me, did Thomas ever carve anything into the trunk of this tree, or leave any other mark upon it? Perhaps a hidden niche or a small cavity?" She shook her head with certainty. "Not that I know of. He loved the tree far too much to ever harm its skin. But he did spend countless hours here, sketching his botanical observations or writing in his small leather-bound journal. He treated this spot like his own personal outdoor study." Holmes nodded, his gaze returning to the shadowy base of the tree with renewed intensity. "Tomorrow, we shall examine the immediate area more thoroughly by the full light of day. For now, let us return to the cottage and rest. The willow has generously shared its secrets for tonight, and we must honor the limits of the dark." The next morning, after a truly restful sleep in Mrs. Grayson's cozy guest room, a room that smelled pleasantly of dried lavender, we returned to the grove before the dew had fully lifted. The air was crisp, the sun filtering through the willow's branches in soft, dappled, constantly shifting patterns. Holmes came equipped with a small specialized toolkit, including a trowel and various small clean brushes. With Mrs. Grayson's explicit, eager permission, he began a meticulous, painstaking examination of the ground directly around the tree's massive base. He climbed carefully among the lower, thicker branches, inspecting the bark and leaves for any signs of artificial alteration, then knelt to dig gently and systematically around the visible network of the roots, his movements deliberate and unhurried. After a significant period of quiet, concentrated labor, he paused, his fingers brushing against something solid and metallic, half buried in the moist soil just at the foot of the thickest root. "Watson, come here if you please," he called, his voice calm but tinged with the quiet excitement of a successful hunt. I joined him quickly, peering into the small, carefully uncovered hollow he had created. There, nestled securely among the protective roots, was a metal box, its surface weathered to a dark oxidized patina, but otherwise entirely intact. Holmes carefully lifted it free, brushing away the dark earth to reveal a simple spring-loaded latch. Mrs. Grayson's hands flew instantly to her mouth, a small, involuntary cry escaping her lips. "What in the world is it?" she whispered, a voice barely audible. "Let us find out the contents of this strange repository," Holmes said, opening the box with a focused, almost surgical care. Inside, preserved by the box's seal and the cool earth, was a small, neat bundle of letters, tied with a faded yet still recognizable ribbon of pale blue silk, and a small, well-loved leather-bound journal. The letters were addressed simply and tenderly, "To my dearest Eleanor," in a neat, flowing and distinctly familiar hand. "Thomas's writing," Mrs. Grayson whispered again, her voice thick with sudden, overwhelming emotion. Holmes gently handed her the bundle, his expression unusually soft and warm. "I believe these are entirely for you, Mrs. Grayson. Let us take them immediately to the cottage, where you can read them in the privacy and comfort of your own sitting room. Back at the cottage, Mrs. Grayson opened the bundle of letters with truly trembling hands. They were not mere messages, but a collection of deeply intimate love letters, written by Thomas during the most joyous, foundational years of their marriage, filled with tender words, playful observations, and profound promises of lasting devotion. The journal contained pages of precise, beautiful sketches of the willow tree at every stage of its growth, alongside musings on its beauty and its symbolism for their marriage. One entry, dated mere weeks before his sudden death, read, "My dearest Eleanor, my sun and my constant star. If ever I am suddenly gone from this world, let this tree be my final voice, a permanent conduit for my heart. I have buried my soul, my last message, beneath its massive roots, in words I could never quite bring myself to say aloud in the everyday bustle of life. Listen carefully to the wind, my love, the gentle resonant song of the branches, and know that I am always, eternally with you, anchored right here." Tears streamed openly down Mrs. Grayson's face as she read the final passage, but they were tears of profound joy, relief, and grateful closure, as much as sorrow. "He knew," she said, her voice a deep, heartfelt sob. "He knew I would need him, even after he was gone. He created a way to speak to my soul." Holmes, standing quietly by the window, spoke in a low, almost reverent tone. "The whispers, I suspect, are indeed a natural acoustic phenomenon, caused by the unique, dense structure of the willow's branches, which resonate in the wind like the strings of a large, finely tuned natural harp. But the true, intentional message was always here, in these words, waiting for you to find it, guided by the very sound of the tree he loved." I felt a profound lump in my throat, immensely moved by the quiet tenderness of the moment and Thomas's final thoughtful act. "A beautiful mystery, Holmes," I said, closing my notebook quietly, "and a gentle, deeply moving one at that, a mystery of the human spirit." He smiled, a rare, uncomplicated warmth in his eyes. "Not all mysteries require villains, Watson. Some are simply reminders of what matters most in the short span of our lives: love, intention, and memory." We spent one more night in Willowmere, sitting again beneath the sheltering expanse of the whispering willow as the stars emerged once more. The murmurs of the tree seemed different now, softer perhaps, a comforting, familiar lullaby that blended perfectly with the rustle of leaves and the distant, constant song of the stream. Mrs. Grayson joined us, her face peaceful and utterly serene, the crushing weight of her initial, anxious grief entirely lifted by the discovery and reading of Thomas's final loving letters. She no longer sought a sign, but simply found solace in the sound. As we prepared to return to London the next morning, she pressed our hands warmly, her grip firm and grateful. "Thank you, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson. You've given me back a tangible piece of my husband, and a reason to listen to the wind not with fear or longing, but with deep, abiding joy and understanding." On the train back to Baker Street, Holmes was quiet, his gaze fixed on the receding countryside. though I knew his mind was already sorting the notes on the Willow's acoustics. "A restful and profoundly edifying case, Watson," he said at last, breaking a long silence, "and a powerful reminder that even in the quietest, most unassuming corners of the world, there are stories of immense heart worth hearing and gentle truths worth uncovering." I nodded, my notebook open once more, my pen poised to record the final beautiful details of this gentle adventure. "A tale for a peaceful, contemplative night," I said. "One your readers, often so weary of the city's harsh realities, will cherish and remember." And so, as the powerful train carried us back toward the predictable bustle and familiar, stimulating chaos of London, I penned the story of the Whispering Willow, a mystery not of crime or danger, but of a husband's enduring love and a widow's lasting memory. A beautiful secret quietly unfolding beneath the stars in a quiet grove where the wind sang softly of a profound and comforting past. Sherlock Holmes, The Case of the Gentle Lanterns. The fog had descended upon London as though the city itself had chosen to exhale a slow, deliberate breath, curling along the streets in delicate silvery tendrils. It did not strike suddenly, nor with menace, but wrapped the city in a soft, persistent embrace, smoothing the harsh edges of stone and brick, and turning familiar streets into a gentle maze of shadow and light. The cobblestones, usually cold and indifferent beneath one's feet, seemed softened by the mist, their uneven surfaces now cloaked in a velvet haze that absorbed the clatter of distant carriage wheels. Iron fences, their black paint dulled by rain and time, glimmered faintly as droplets collected along the wrought curves, each bead catching the light of the gas lamps and refracting it into tiny golden sparks. The air itself was thick with the scent of damp wool, coal smoke, and the faint, earthy aroma of wet leaves swept from the pavement. This particular fog possessed a quality of profound silence. It was not the oppressive, sound-deadening blanket of a heavy pea souper, but a fine, shimmering gauze that absorbed the sharp angles of sound, transforming the city's constant clamour into a muted orchestral hum. The distant tolling of a church bell reached the ear not as a sharp, insistent chime, but as a deep, resonating chord, quickly fading back into the encompassing hush. For a city as perpetually busy as London, this was a transformation, turning the streets not into a place of concealment for miscreants, but into a momentary haven of meditative quiet. Every footstep seemed cushioned, every carriage wheel turned with a respectful grace, and even the occasional shouted command of a cabman was instantly swallowed and softened by the moist air. Even the street lamps themselves, normally bright and insistent against the night, took on a warmer, almost tender glow, bathing the square in a pearlescent luminescence. The light pooled gently at the base of the posts, mingling with the fog in lazy swirls that seemed almost alive, twisting and turning as if the city exhaled along with them. Shadows softened and stretched, creating a world both familiar and dreamlike, as though London had stepped quietly into a reverie where every footstep was cushioned and every sound was muted. The light filtering through the vaporous curtain created complex, almost liquid patterns, pools of saffron and amber that shifted and flowed with the slightest current of air, making the square feel less like a municipal space and more like a vast, hushed ballroom awaiting a delicate waltz. I, Dr. John Watson, had returned from a minor call to St. Bartholomew's Hospital. The damp chill of the evening still clinging to my coat, my thoughts wandering toward the comforting familiarity of Baker Street. There is a particular solace in returning to 221B. The subtle creak of the narrow stair as one ascends, the faint smoky perfume of lamp oil and tobacco drifting through the hallway, the welcoming warmth of the hearth that greets the body even before the fire has fully taken hold. Each detail, no matter how small, speaks of home, of a quiet refuge against the endless rhythm of the city outside. After the sharp, often brutal exigencies of hospital work, the quiet disarray of our shared sitting room was a profound comfort. It was a space where chaos was disciplined by a superior intellect, and where the most alarming truths of the outside world could be dissected, understood, and therefore mastered. Holmes, true to his nature, was already ensconced near the hearth, his violin resting lightly against one knee, papers and notes scattered across the table in a deliberate chaos that somehow mirrored the workings of his own brilliant mind. He was deep in a state of self-imposed, rapt concentration, his long, lean figure silhouetted against the firelight. A half-smoked pipe lay, cooling on the mantelpiece, its faint, sweet aroma of Turkish tobacco mingling with the earthy scent of the coal fire. The firelight flickered across the room, dancing upon his sharp features, illuminating the keen glint in his eyes as he looked up to meet mine. That faint, almost imperceptible smile that tugged at the corner of his lips carried both amusement and anticipation, a signal that a new puzzle, unusual and delicate, had presented itself. "Ah, Watson," he said softly, the tone of his voice measured and warm, devoid of any sudden energy but imbued with a quiet pleasure. "Perfect timing. Sit if you will. We have a visitor tonight whose troubles may delight your curiosity and mine in a manner most unusual." I removed my coat and hung it carefully, the fabric still damp against my fingers, and sank into my chair with a mixture of curiosity and that quiet expectation that always preceded one of Holmes's more subtle cases. I settled into the familiar leather, feeling the satisfying give of the cushion beneath me. "I trust this is not a case of petty theft or mislaid letters?" I asked, allowing a wry smile to soften the question. The thought of a complex cipher or a baffling trail of physical clues was, I admit, always more appealing than the tedious unravelling of a domestic squabble. Holmes shook his head, the gesture precise and thoughtful. He picked up his violin and drew the bow across the strings in a long, soft note that seemed to sigh and then settle. "No, Watson, this is not ordinary mischief. This is a matter of subtlety, of quiet observation, of the hidden rhythms of human care. A mystery, yes, but one of gentleness rather than alarm, where the most telling clues are found not in force or haste, but in patience and attention. I find I have a particular relish for this species of enigma, where the motive is not avarice or malice, but something far more delicate, perhaps even artistic. Before I could ask further, a soft knock at the door announced the arrival of our visitor. Mrs. Hudson appeared immediately, moving with her accustomed quiet efficiency, and guided a diminutive woman into the room. The woman was wrapped in a thick dark green shawl, its intricate wool pattern suggesting both warmth and a modest income. Her expression carried the delicate weight of anxiety mingled with hope, as though the night itself had conspired to leave her in uncertainty until she could find guidance. Her eyes, though tired, were clear and direct. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," she said, her voice soft yet resolute, holding a fragile composure. "I hope I'm not disturbing you. I do not know whom else to turn to." Holmes inclined his head with that gentle courtesy he extended to all who sought his counsel, a courtesy often reserved for the most humble of clients. "Not at all, madam. Pray sit by the fire. The warmth will ease you. Might I inquire your name?" "Eleanor Whitcomb," she replied, smoothing her shawl. "I live in Grosvenor Square, on the northern side of the square. I am at a loss, Mr. Holmes. The events that have transpired these past nights are most unusual. It is the uncertainty, you see, that is the most difficult thing to bear." Holmes gestured toward a chair by the fire, ensuring she was positioned to feel the maximum warmth. "We shall hear you. Please, tell us what has occurred." Mrs. Whitcomb's hands trembled slightly as she clasped them over the folds of her shawl, the fabric warm against her palms, yet offering little comfort to the unease in her voice. "It concerns the lanterns," she began, her words deliberate, each syllable carrying the faint weight of sleepless nights spent in anxious observation. "For 3 nights, precisely at 10 o'clock, the lamps along Grosvenor Square vanish. The light simply disappears. There is no sign of tampering, no disturbance, no evidence of any ordinary cause, and yet the square is plunged into a sudden, profound darkness. One moment the lamps glow as they always do, bathing the square in their golden warmth, and the next, the world is muted, hushed, and strangely expectant. It is as if someone has pulled a velvet curtain across the entire world outside my window. When morning comes, the lamps are restored as though nothing has occurred. But the stillness, it is unnerving. The square seems to hold its breath, as if aware of a secret, too delicate to reveal, and we are left only with the echo of absence. Holmes's eyes glimmered faintly, reflecting the soft lamplight of our sitting room, a spark of intrigue hidden beneath his usual composure. He tapped his fingers lightly together. 3 nights, same hour, no apparent interference. "Remarkable," he murmured, his tone low, almost reverent, as though the mystery itself deserved quiet contemplation. "The regularity suggests a schedule, a deliberate routine, and this has caused alarm among the residents." "Yes," she admitted, a faint sigh escaping her lips. "Though it is not frightening in any ordinary sense, it unsettles everyone who lives there. The quiet. It is unnatural, almost deliberate, though not dangerous. The local constable dismissed it as a simple fault in the gas lines. But a fault is not so precise in its timing, is it? Yet anxiety persists, and I cannot fathom what might be responsible. I have found myself standing at the window, counting the seconds, waiting for the light to simply be extinguished, and the waiting is a kind of gentle torment. It is as if the square itself conspires in silence, leaving us uneasy, watching shadows that have no substance. Holmes rose and began pacing the room, each step measured and deliberate, his mind clearly turning over possibilities with an almost tactile curiosity. His hands occasionally lifted to his chin, fingers brushing against the keen angles of his face, as though he were shaping his thoughts into form. He paused before the fireplace, staring into the heart of the flames. "Then we shall observe, madam," he said, his voice calm but imbued with energy. "This is no ordinary mischief. The disappearance is deliberate, precise, and guided by a careful hand. There is intention here, an order hidden beneath the quiet. We must watch, listen, and wait, for subtlety reveals itself only to those with patience, and it is in patience that the truth quietly resides. The problem, you see, is not what is taken, but the manner of the taking." I watched him closely, ever fascinated by his energy, his extraordinary focus, and the way even the gentlest of mysteries seemed to animate him fully. Even when the case promises no danger, Holmes moves as though orchestrating a delicate ballet, attuned to every nuance of the environment, every whisper of the room, and every shift in human expression. There is a rhythm to his observation, a careful choreography that seems invisible to ordinary eyes, yet carries within it the certainty that no secret, however subtle, can remain hidden for long. He was already inhabiting the mind of the one who removed the light, attempting to grasp the motive that could justify such a precise and yet entirely non-malicious routine. By 9:30 we had arrived at Grosvenor Square, the familiar grandeur of the area softened and transformed by the thickening fog. The mist curled around the lampposts like tendrils of delicate smoke, winding around their iron stems and pooling at their bases in slow, lazy spirals. It turned every edge of the square into a soft silhouette, every building a gentle shadow of itself, so that even the familiar corners seemed touched by quiet enchantment. The city's usual chorus, the distant clatter of carriage wheels, the occasional murmur of pedestrians, was hushed to almost nothing, replaced by the soft whisper of fog moving across the cobblestones and the occasional muted creak of iron gates. A cart rumbled somewhere far away, muffled by the silver haze, its sound as distant and dreamlike as a lullaby. The air felt heavy, yet entirely clean, carrying the promise of a sharp drop in temperature later in the night. Mrs. Wickham accompanied us, her shawl drawn tightly around her shoulders. She moved with small, hesitant steps, as though the fog itself demanded caution. "I feel as though the night itself is holding its breath," she murmured, her voice barely audible above the gentle stir of mist around our feet. Her words seemed to hang in the damp air, a reflection of the strange hush that had settled over the square. We positioned ourselves subtly in the deep shadow of an archway, allowing us a clear yet inconspicuous view of the nearest lamppost. Holmes knelt beside one of the lampposts, fingers brushing lightly along the ironwork, tracing the delicate curves as if reading a manuscript written in brass. His gaze swept over the fittings in the stone base, noting every scratch, every tiny polished edge. "Observe, Watson," he whispered, his voice so quiet that even the fog seemed to lean closer. "The polish, the subtle wear, each lamp bears the mark of careful handling. Note the lack of rough scraping or hasty scratches near the latches. Our nocturnal artisan is no ordinary thief. This is a guardian, a quiet custodian, one who moves with diligence and reverence rather than haste or malice. The absence of damage is the most compelling clue to a benign intent." I squinted through the thickening mist, the golden pools of lamplight wavering faintly in the haze. The minutes ticked by with agonizing slowness, the silence of the square magnifying the internal rhythm of my pocket watch. At precisely 10 o'clock, the largest lamp began to dim, its warm glow softening into a tender amber, and then, almost imperceptibly, it vanished entirely. The effect was immediate and profound. The localized area of the square was instantly plunged into a rich, velvety blackness. In the space where it had stood, a faint flicker appeared, dancing lightly across the fog, as though a hidden candle glided silently past the lampposts, leaving no shadow of its own. It was a single, small point of light, moving with an almost floating grace. I watched, utterly mesmerized. I could now just discern a figure moving, incredibly swiftly and with unnerving silence, at the base of the lamppost. A gentle, almost inaudible metallic click reached our ears, and then the figure with the faint light moved to the next lamp. The movement was so subtle, so elegant, that it seemed almost a trick of the fog itself. It was the opposite of a crime. It was an act of precision maintenance, executed with a phantom-like speed to minimize the interruption of the square's nightly illumination. Moments later, as if the square had drawn in its breath and let it out again, the lamps returned to their gentle golden illumination, steady and reassuring. The brief darkness was over. Mrs. Wickham exhaled, a sound mingling relief and wonder. "It is back, as if nothing had occurred," she said softly, her fingers tightening around her shawl as though holding onto the reassurance of light itself. Holmes straightened slowly, his eyes gleaming with that quiet, penetrating spark of discovery that always seemed to brighten the dimmest evening. "The lights are never harmed," he said, voice calm yet alive with subtle triumph. "The method is deliberate, precise, and guided by a careful hand. The brief hiatus in the light is a necessity, not a choice motivated by mischief. There is a small window of time required to perform a delicate operation on the lamps themselves, perhaps to guard them against the very dampness of this fog. The timing is so exact because our operative is seeking to maintain a schedule and minimize disturbance. Our next step is morning observation. There, Watson, we shall glimpse the hand that labours with such diligence, and perhaps understand the delicate poetry hidden within this quiet nightly mystery. The next morning, Grosvenor Square awoke slowly, as though reluctant to leave the quiet embrace of night. The lingering fog hung in soft silvery veils, filtering the morning light into a gentle, almost ethereal glow that bathed the square in muted radiance. Birds chirped intermittently, their notes crisp and sweet, punctuating the hush with delicate music that floated over the cobblestones and mingled with the faint murmur of the waking city. The lamps, their brass polish to a warm gleam, caught the pale light, casting subtle shifting shadows that played across the stones like a quiet choreography, revealing the square's familiar features in entirely new, intimate patterns. Holmes moved with his characteristic precision, crouching beside the lampposts as though he were studying living organisms. His fingers traced the ironwork and brass fittings, pausing to examine hinges, latches, and tiny indentations pressed into the stone, each mark a small testament to unseen care. He pointed to a barely visible scrape on the stone base of the post. "Notice, Watson," he murmured, his voice low and measured. "This subtle depression, not a gouge, but a worn groove. It is caused by repeated careful handling, by a hand trained to be gentle yet exact. A specific tool, perhaps a narrow, soft wedge, has been inserted here countless times. Such marks reveal patience, discipline, and attention to detail. A person of no ordinary temper performs this task. The routine itself is a matter of profound ritual for them." I followed his gaze to a narrow alleyway between two adjoining townhouses, a utilitarian gap often ignored by the residents. There, small, nearly imperceptible footprints trailed across the damp gravel, each print shallow and delicate, suggesting a lightness of step and a deliberate effort to leave no disturbance behind. The prints were smaller than a working man's heavy boot, and the pattern suggested a soft, rubber-soled shoe. "A careful, considerate guardian," I murmured, my eyes tracing the subtle evidence. "Yes," Holmes replied softly, still crouched, absorbed in the study of the lamps. "And observe the alignment, note the rotation of each shade, the evenness with which light is directed across the square. There is method here. It is art preserved in routine, not crime. The square is tended, not violated. The direction of the faint drag marks on the iron also suggests the removal of a delicate sealed housing, which is then swiftly replaced. Our lamplighter removes the delicate mechanism to protect it from the condensation caused by the evening fog. Our path led us toward a small shed, discreetly tucked behind the southern row of houses, its timbers darkened by age and weather. Holmes approached with gentle authority, tapping lightly upon the door with the tip of his walking stick. Moments later, a man appeared, his hands still damp from work, his face framed by a soft grey beard. His eyes were kind and steady, with the patient, reflective look of a man who spends his days in quiet observation. He seemed entirely unsurprised by our presence, as though he had anticipated our arrival. "Mr. Holmes," the man said quietly, his voice calm and measured, a gentle rumble. "I suspected you might visit. The light in Grosvenor Square rarely fails to attract the observant eye." Holmes inclined his head in greeting. "You are the caretaker of these lamps, I presume? The architect of their gentle, temporary vanishing?" "I am Thomas Fenwick," the man replied, his tone patient and deliberate. "Each lamp requires care, cleaning, polishing, sometimes temporary removal to protect against damp and wear. The mechanism that generates the light, if left in the heavy, moist air for too long, can corrode. Extinguishing them briefly allows me to remove the inner housing, check the mantle and regulator, polish the glass while it's dry, and reseal it against the night air. It is purely precautionary, not meant to alarm anyone. It is an act of preservation against the elements that would otherwise shorten their useful life." I blinked, momentarily taken aback by the sheer simplicity and meticulousness of the explanation. "So the vanishing light is intentional?" "Yes," Fenwick said, nodding with gentle assurance. "I care for the lamps, not to frighten, but to preserve them. Each night, for precisely the time it takes to attend to the workings, the light is removed temporarily, then restored with careful attention. It takes me 1 minute and 42 seconds per lamp, a schedule I have maintained for 15 years." Holmes's eyes gleamed, the faint spark of admiration flickering in their depths. "A conscientious thief of light," he said softly, almost reverently. "Extraordinary. Rarely does one encounter such devotion to subtle beauty, executed with patience and grace. You understand the vulnerability of these small flames in a great indifferent city." Holmes led us gently inside Fenwick's shed, a small, quiet space tucked away behind the southern row of houses, where the faint scent of lamp oil and polished brass mingled with the earthy aroma of aged wood. Sunlight softened by lingering morning fog filtered through the narrow windows, illuminating the interior with a gentle silvery glow that kissed each surface. Lantern components, delicate brass regulators and spare glass shades gleamed softly on shelves and hooks, their bases catching the light in tiny warm reflections, while glass shades shimmered as if holding the memory of every evening's glow. The workbench was a study in careful order. Polishing cloths lay folded with deliberate neatness, arranged by grade of softness. Brushes of varying size, each dedicated to a specific part of the mechanism, were aligned with military precision. Small, hand-carved wooden wedges, the very tools Holmes had deduced from the marks on the lampposts, rested like silent sentinels, and jars of specialized lamp oil glimmered in a row, their contents catching stray beams of light. Every tool seemed to belong exactly where it was placed, as if the shed itself had absorbed Fenwick's fastidious nature over years of patient labor. Fenwick moved with quiet deliberation, lifting a lamp component as one might handle a rare and fragile artifact. He examined the brass base with practiced eyes, running a thumb over its curves, then polished the glass with careful circular motions. Each movement was deliberate, precise, and unhurried, as though time itself had slowed to match the rhythm of his work. "The glass, Mr. Holmes," he explained, his voice a soft murmur, "must be polished when dry. The fog leaves a fine, almost invisible film of moisture that, if dried under the heat of the lamp, leaves a microscopic haze that dulls the light. I remove them, allow them to rest and dry in the still, warm air of this shed, and polish them before the morning returns them to the city." When he replaced the lamp on its hook, it was as though he had never touched it at all. No fingerprints, no marks, only the lamp restored to a pristine perfection that was invisible to the casual eye. Holmes watched with rapt attention, his gaze flicking from hinge to shade, brass to glass. "Notice, Watson," he whispered, his voice low and reverent, "the alignment of the hinges, the rotation of each shade, the polish on the brass. Every detail is attended to. The mystery of the vanishing lamps is resolved not by interference, but by protection. The guardian leaves no trace behind, save for the temporary absence of light. Every movement is a deliberate act of care. He is an artist whose medium is light itself." Fenwick continued his work with an almost meditative rhythm, his hands moving gently yet assuredly over each lamp. There was a quiet poetry in the repetition, a calm devotion that seemed to flow from him into the very objects he tended. "Night and day," he murmured softly, almost to himself, "the square's beauty must be preserved. The light is a trust, not a fixture. It must be honoured with diligence." His voice carried the weight of sincerity, a quiet vow to the lamps themselves, as if speaking to the brass and glass might grant them longevity and the grace of undisturbed light. Even I, watching silently, felt a gentle warmth in the room, a sense that care, patience, and devotion could transform the ordinary into something quietly extraordinary. There was no rush, no tension, only the soft cadence of deliberate labour, each action a reassurance that the square outside would awaken each night to light, restored with tenderness and thoughtfulness. Holmes, too, seemed to breathe in the rhythm of Fenwick's work, his sharp mind absorbing the subtlety of every touch, every careful rotation, every gleam of polished brass, as if learning to read the language of quiet guardianship itself. The greatest mysteries, I realized, are not always those with the most sensational crimes, but those that reveal a hidden, profound human devotion. That night, the fog returned to London as though carrying with it a soft exhalation of the city itself. It curled lazily along streets and alleys in silvery coils, drifting over cobblestones and rooftops, softening the edges of buildings and muffling distant sounds into a gentle, soothing hush. Grosvenor Square glowed under steady lamplight, the golden pools spilling over the mist, illuminating shadows that swayed lazily with each subtle whisper of the evening breeze. The lamp's light seemed to breathe, alive yet calm, transforming the square into a quiet sanctuary suspended between night and day. Inside 221B, Holmes played softly on his violin, the notes delicate and warm, threading through the quiet room and mingling with the gentle crackle of the hearth. He played a sombre, reflective piece, a slow air of his own composition, which seemed to capture the measured rhythm of Fenwick's life. The melody carried a hint of wonder and reflection, echoing the measured rhythm of the fog outside, wrapping the room in a cocoon of calm. Each note seemed to linger, brushing softly against the mind, encouraging it to settle and release the tensions of the waking day. It was a musical tribute to the unsung hero of Grosvenor Square. "Watson," he said at last, lowering the instrument and leaning back slightly, the glow of the firelight reflecting in his eyes. "There is a peculiar satisfaction in a mystery resolved without danger. Fenwick's care, the brief disappearance of light, the gentle restoration, these acts are quiet poetry. They exist not to alarm but to preserve, to nurture a fragile beauty hidden in plain sight. He has turned a tedious job into a profound nightly ritual, and in doing so, he has elevated his station far above the petty thieves and murderers that usually occupy our attention." I nodded slowly, eyes drawn to the mist-laden square beyond the window pane. The street lamps glimmered faintly through the haze, steady and reassuring. "And perhaps," I murmured, "the city sleeps more peacefully because of such quiet vigilance, unaware yet enriched by it." Mrs. Whitcomb, for all her anxiety, was right to be unsettled, not by malice, but by the unfamiliarity of such total, perfect diligence. Holmes allowed a faint, contemplative smile to touch his lips. "Indeed, Watson, not all mysteries demand revelation of wrongdoing. Some exist to teach us subtle lessons, to notice beauty in patience, to perceive care hidden in ordinary acts, and to cherish the gentle rhythms that often go unnoticed." Fenwick's work is a testament to the profound significance of the small, consistent gesture. There is wisdom in observing the quiet diligence of others. He then reached over and picked up the paper that had originally brought the complaint. A brief, hysterical letter from a nervous resident. He held it to the flame for a moment, then let it drop into the fire, where it instantly curled and vanished. "Our file on the gentle lanterns is closed," he stated simply. The fog drifted thicker now, curling and pooling like a soft blanket around the square, embracing every corner in tender obscurity. Shadows swayed gently, and the lamps glimmered as though breathing in time with the night, steady and luminous, a reminder of care and constancy. The square, unaware of its gentle guardian, was bathed in a light that was honest, pure, and meticulously protected. As I sank deeper into my chair, watching the soft interplay of light and mist, a profound sense of calm settled upon me. The ordinary world seemed distant, suspended beyond the veil of fog and quiet, leaving only the warmth of the hearth, the lingering resonance of Holmes' violin, and the gentle glow of Grosvenor Square. When I finally drifted to sleep in 221B, I carried with me a deep, comforting serenity, the knowledge that some mysteries exist not to alarm, but to preserve serenity, illuminate the quiet wonders of life, and nurture the soft delight that comes from observing beauty patiently and tenderly. The case of the gentle lanterns, in its quiet resolution, became a profound meditation on the unsung heroes of London, the diligent souls whose constant unseen efforts allow the great machinery of the city to function not just efficiently, but with a surprising and enduring grace. Sherlock Holmes, The Case of the Whispering Windows. The fog descended upon London with a gentle, almost deliberate grace, curling in soft tendrils that wound around wrought iron railings, clung to the edges of soot-stained buildings, and softened the jagged outlines of chimneys and rooftops. This was no aggressive, blinding blanket of pea super, but a silvery atmospheric haze, a London particular of the most aesthetic and meditative kind. It seemed to have a consciousness, a desire to merely muffle and soothe the city's ceaseless clamour. The cobblestones, typically sharp with the clatter of boots and hooves, whispered beneath the mist's embrace, their sound muted into a meditative hush that seemed to cradle the city in quiet reverie. Gas lamps glowed with a warm, golden, almost Byzantine illumination, their light pooling across wet stones in rippling patches of amber, each halo trembling faintly as it bent through the haze. The entire city, from the grand boulevards to the narrow forgotten mews, exhaled a slow, languid sigh, its familiar streets transformed into a muted, otherworldly landscape where every shadow and sound felt intimate, mysterious, and alive with subtle, unspoken secrets. It was a perfect night for introspection, for the slow, methodical turning of a curious mind. Dr. John Watson trudged back from a demanding medical call near St. Bartholomew's Hospital, the damp chill of the late November evening clinging to my heavy greatcoat and brushing my cheeks with a subtle, invigorating bite. The air, heavy with moisture and the distant, familiar smell of coal smoke and river silt, had thickened considerably since I'd left the hospital, wrapping London in a silvery veil that muffled the distant rumble of carriage wheels and the occasional lonely cry of a late-night street vendor hawking warm chestnuts. My thoughts, which often tended towards the dramatic and the perilous after a difficult day of surgery or diagnosis, turned instead to the profound and enduring sanctuary of 221B Baker Street. I envisioned the familiar ritual, the welcoming creak of the stairs under my weight, each wooden plank etched with the memory of countless ascents and descents over our years together, the smoky, intellectually stimulating aroma of lamp oil mingling with the faint, comforting scent of Holmes's strong fine-cut tobacco, the gentle, reassuring warmth of the hearth, its steady glow a quiet promise of respite from the city's vast, relentless energy. These small, enduring consistencies formed a vital harbour of order against London's vast, unpredictable expanse, a touchstone of sanity and intellectual focus in a city that pulsed ceaselessly with energy, enigma, and every shade of human experience. As I pushed open the door to our rooms, the sound of the latch clicking softly felt like a closing door on the world's chaos. I found Holmes seated in his familiar armchair near the hearth, a picture of composed and subtle intensity. His cherished Stradivarius violin rested against his knee, its polished, aged wood catching the firelight in a deep, rich gleam, while around him lay a characteristic scattering of papers, notes, chemical diagrams, and foreign newspapers, arranged in a deliberate chaos only he could truly decipher. The fire's glow played across his sharp, ascetic features, illuminating the high cheekbones and his famous piercing grey eyes that seemed perpetually engaged in seeing beyond the surface of the ordinary. A heavy, gold-rimmed watch lay forgotten among his papers, its surface glinting faintly, a silent witness to his restless, often nocturnal mind. a measurement of time that he so frequently ignored. His gaze, which had been fixed on some internal landscape, lifted to meet mine, bright with a particular sort of low-key anticipation, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corner of his lips, a herald of intrigue, subtle yet unmistakable, promising intellectual delight rather than true alarm or danger. "Ah, Watson," he said softly, his voice a precise balance of low warmth and focused attention. "Your timing is, as usual, impeccable. The fog may obscure London's labyrinthine streets and obscure the tracks of the mundane criminal, but paradoxically it seems to bring an unusual clarity to the truly curious. We are to receive a visitor tonight, one whose concern is peculiar in its very delicacy, yet in its subtlety. It may spark your investigative curiosity as much as it has ignited mine." He gestured with a long, slender hand toward the waiting empty chair. I hung my damp greatcoat with care, smoothing the thick wool against the hook with a small private sense of ceremony, a habit born of my years in military service. I then sank into my familiar armchair, the worn leather creaking softly in protest beneath me. A quiet curiosity pricked at the edges of my calm evening, tempered always by the deep comfort and predictability of our rooms. Not another case of pilfered trinkets or a tiresome misplaced correspondence, I trust, I asked, a hint of playful humour in my tone, though my deference to Holmes's judgment in selecting cases was, as always, unwavering. "No, Watson," he replied, shaking his head with a measured, almost languid calm, his fingers absently tracing the edge of the smooth scroll head of his violin. "This is a matter of exquisite, delicate observation, a mystery woven from the very fabric of the ordinary, its resolution resting in patient understanding and quiet analysis, rather than confrontation or brute force. It is the kind of atmospheric puzzle that truly delights the attentive and philosophical mind, a melody of the mundane, if you will." Before I could press further for details, a soft, measured, almost hesitant knock at the door announced our visitor. Mrs. Hudson appeared, her expression a mix of ingrained professionalism and maternal curiosity, ushering in a small, delicate woman wrapped tightly in a bulky, finely woven woolen shawl. Her frame seemed to shrink within the thick fabric, as if she were actively seeking shelter from the evening's pervasive chill and the immense weight of her own uncertainty. Her wide eyes darted nervously about the room, touching on the hearth's mesmerizing glow, the silent violin, the scattered esoteric papers, as though instinctively gauging the safety and intellectual capacity of placing her complete trust in us. The firelight cast a gentle, sympathetic warmth across her face, revealing a palpable mixture of apprehension and quiet, almost fragile resolve, her features softened by the interplay of deep shadow and golden light. "Mr. Holmes? Dr. Watson," she said, her voice barely above a gentle whisper, each syllable carrying a tremor of both visible trepidation and quiet, desperate hope. "I deeply hope I am not intruding upon your valuable time. I feel I have truly nowhere else to turn, and the matter troubling me is so utterly strange, so insubstantial, I scarcely know how to begin explaining it without sounding utterly foolish." Holmes inclined his head, his expression open, focused, and profoundly reassuring, a rare and genuine gentleness emanating from his usually austere demeanour. "Not at all, madam. You are precisely where you ought to be. Pray, sit near the warmth. Might I have your name?" "Eleanor Trent," she replied, her voice gaining a fractional measure of strength as she settled into the chair he indicated. Her hands clasped tightly, nervously, atop her thick shawl, fingers twisting the fabric as if physically anchoring herself to the reality of the room. I reside in a modest but comfortable apartment near Piccadilly Circus, on the second floor of an older Georgian building, for 3 nights in succession, and this is where I hesitate, precisely at the stroke of midnight. My windows, they whisper. Soft voices, indistinct, as if murmuring profound secrets. Yet I assure you, absolutely no one is visibly present outside. The inner curtains sway inexplicably, as though brushed by an invisible hand, and a chilling, subtle air grows present, though the night is otherwise still. It's unnerving, certainly, yet it doesn't feel malevolent or overtly threatening, almost as if the sounds are meant only for me and are part of some strange private conversation. Holmes' eyes, far from showing skepticism, glimmered with an intense and focused interest, the firelight catching the sharp angles of his face. A small, appreciative smile formed, not of mockery, but of genuine intellectual recognition for the puzzle's deep subtlety. 3 nights, same precise hour, no tangible, visible source, he murmured, leaning forward slightly, his long form unfolding like a delicate instrument. Remarkable. Describe the sounds, if you would, in greater detail. Are they actual, recognizable words, or merely soft musical tones? And crucially, does this phenomenon cause you profound alarm or a different sort of unease? Eleanor exhaled softly, her shoulders visibly easing as she sensed his genuine, respectful interest and lack of judgment. The sounds are fleeting and delicate, like syllables half-formed in a forgotten beautiful tongue, too soft and brief to truly decipher, yet insistent and noticeable in their brief presence. They carry no sense of menace, but they are deeply peculiar, almost personal, Mr. Holmes. I feel intensely observed, though I see no eyes or face. My immediate neighbours report nothing, though one, a Mrs. Carver, a rather observant woman, mentioned seeing a quiet, unremarkable man lingering near the building at dusk on those evenings, carrying a small leather satchel. Each night, I wait with a sense of suspended, almost fearful expectation, utterly unsure whether to genuinely fear or merely to deeply wonder. Holmes rose and paced slowly, his steps a quiet, rhythmic counterpoint against the room's calm order, his long artistic fingers steepled before him in profound thought. Observation is always our most crucial first step, Watson, he said, his voice low but incisive, carrying the weight of his conviction. A pattern exists here, subtle but demonstrably deliberate. Not all mysteries, I remind you, are born of malice, intrigue, or crime. Some are woven from care, from craft, or from a peculiar set of circumstances. This quiet man and his satchel intrigue me greatly. We shall attend the hour of the disturbance and examine the scene with the meticulous care it clearly warrants. I nodded, my curiosity now fully roused, though tempered by the deep intellectual comfort of our rooms. A midnight vigil, then, I said, glancing at the fogged window, where the gas lamp's distant glow shimmered faintly through the mist. Shall we expect a ghostly, terrifying apparition, or, as is usually the case, something decidedly more mundane, yet technically fascinating? Holmes's lips twitched in a faint, knowing smile. Ghosts, Watson, are but the shadows of the mind's neglect and a general failure of observation. The truth, as always, lies strictly in the details, the marks, the precise sounds, the recurring patterns. we shall see what Piccadilly's enveloping fog reveals when viewed through a scientific lens. That night, Piccadilly lay cloaked in a thicker, almost palpable silver fog, the gas lamps casting particularly tender halos through the mist, their light trembling softly across the wet street and reflecting in the slick cobblestones. Eleanor's apartment, situated on the second floor of a modest Georgian building, overlooked this hushed, ethereal scene, its windows catching the diffused silvery glow like polished mirrors. The air inside the room was warm from a small, recently tended fire, but noticeably tinged with the damp chill seeping through the old window panes and the faint, sweet scent of lavender from Eleanor's shawl, mingled gently with the damp, earthy aroma of the thick fog outside. We positioned ourselves near the two front-facing windows. Holmes crouched low to the floor, meticulously scanning each wooden frame with his keenly focused gaze, his long fingers brushing the aged wood and the cool glass for any microscopic irregularities. I stood by the sill, watching the street below, my eyes, more accustomed to the macroscopic world, catching faint, deliberate scuff marks along the outer stone ledge, barely visible in the faint lamplight, as if someone had stepped carefully and repeatedly along it with practiced, unassuming precision. "Holmes," I whispered, leaning in and pointing a gloved finger to the marks. These scuff marks. Could they not strongly indicate someone's repeated presence? A workman, perhaps? Or this quiet man Mrs. Trent mentioned? He nodded slowly, his intense attention fixed now on the glass itself, his fingers tracing the very edge of a pane seal. "Well observed, Watson. They suggest careful, repeated movement, not the haphazard tread of a mere passer-by. Note also the subtle yet distinct faint scratches near the metallic hinges and the wooden sash. They are deliberate yet so utterly subtle as to be almost unnoticeable. They speak of a specialized tool. Let us now wait patiently and see precisely what the midnight hour reveals as a counterpoint to these physical clues." Eleanor sat in a corner, her shawl drawn even tighter, her hands clasped in quiet, focused tension. The fog outside seemed to press even closer against the glass, muffling the distant, faint clatter of a late carriage and the occasional solitary footfall, leaving only a deep, soft, meditative hush. The gas lamp's filtered glow, now milky white, shone through the thick mist, casting trembling, liquid reflections across the room, each one a delicate, silent dance of light and shadow. At precisely midnight, heralded by the distant, muted tolling of a church bell, a faint, almost musical rustle stirred the air right near the window. Soft, minute, almost musical murmurs fluttered right along the window panes, delicate and fleeting like syllables whispered in a forgotten ancient tongue. Simultaneously, the curtains swayed gently, though absolutely no draught was evident within the room. A fractional, subtle coolness brushed my skin, yet the air remained physically still. The whispers lingered for only a few brief heartbeats, their tones incomplete, yet hauntingly melodic, before fading entirely into the profound calm of the night. The fog outside seemed to hold its very breath, the lamplight now steady and luminously focused. Holmes's fingertips grazed the window frame, his eyes tracing the subtle, micro-vibrations in the glass, his expression one of profound intellectual focus. "Observe, Watson," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the misted night's hum. The faint micro-tremors of the panes, the precise, highly sensitive alignment of each sash, This, I assure you, is no natural or meteorological phenomenon. It is mechanical, executed with patience, specialized tools and a high degree of skill. Those scuff marks and scratches suggest our quiet man works with an almost unbelievable, deliberate care, inducing these highly specific vibrations to test the glass structure. Eleanor exhaled, a profound rush of relief mingling with awe, her eyes wide and reflective in the firelight. "It's over," she said softly, as if apologizing for her deep unease. "It's always so brief, yet the feeling of it lingers in my mind for hours afterward." Holmes straightened, a spark of pure intellectual satisfaction in his gaze. "The effect is undoubtedly intentional, gentle, and utterly precise. The vibrations are being induced, likely to test the pane's structural integrity against the London weather, producing the audible sound as a harmless, subtle byproduct. The sound is an auditory measure of the window's health. Tomorrow we shall inspect in full daylight to uncover the exact method and confirm our orchestrator's identity. Rest assured now, Mrs. Trent, there is absolutely no cause for alarm or fear." We returned to 221B, the fog curling sensuously around us as we walked, the gas lamps' halos guiding our steps through the silvery haze. Holmes was silent for the duration of the walk, his mind clearly turning over the minute details of the night's observations, his long fingers tapping lightly against his coat as if playing an invisible, complex melody. I too pondered the seemingly insignificant scuff marks, the faint scratches, and Eleanor's mention of the quiet man, wondering what subtle craft and unusual dedication lay behind the phenomenon. The next morning, Piccadilly stirred slowly beneath a lingering veil of fog, the weak sunlight filtering tentatively through the haze, scattering across rooftops and spilling through Eleanor's windows in soft, muted chiaroscuro beams. The condensation on the window panes caught the weak light in trembling reflections, each droplet a tiny prism that shimmered with a quiet, delicate beauty. Holmes knelt again by each window, his fingers tracing faint, precise depressions along the sash and the now visible scuff marks on the stone ledge, their pattern deliberate, repeated, and unassuming, like the highly technical footprints of a careful, dedicated guardian. "Notice, Watson," he said, his voice hushed with reverence for this particular art of subtle observation. "These marks indicate repeated, extremely careful handling. The panes are aligned with an astonishing precision, slightly angled to resonate perfectly with the slightest induced vibration, thereby producing the sound without any physical damage. See here, the distinct but faint scratches near the hinges, the subtle, specialized wear on the aged wood. These are not, Watson, the signs of negligence, hurried work, or amateur mischief, but of meticulous professional care and specialized craft. Our quiet man is not a culprit, but a highly skilled caretaker, preserving these antique windows with an artisan's artistry." I followed his gaze, genuinely marvelling at the subtle telling signs I had entirely overlooked, my mind slowly piecing together the final, unexpected clues. "A caretaker, you say?" I asked, intrigued by the unexpected twist. "But why at precisely midnight? And why such elaborate secrecy? Surely such important work could be done more conventionally by day." Holmes's eyes sparkled with quiet intellectual triumph. "The precise hour, Watson, suggests only discretion to avoid disturbing the residents, or perhaps just to indulge a personal preference for the profound quiet of the late night. The method, however, is pure artistry, transforming routine, necessary maintenance into a delicate, almost ritualistic symphony of vigilance. The scratches and this specific alignment indicate tools used with a specialized precision, perhaps a calibrated tuning fork or a specialized soft-headed mallet to induce the necessary vibrations without breaking the glass. Our orchestrator seeks only to preserve, not to alarm. Let us now seek him out with respectful inquiry. Our steps led us around to a narrow, seldom-used alleyway behind the Georgian building, where a modest workshop stood, half hidden by deep shadow and the persistent fog. The heavy wooden door was slightly ajar, revealing a small, orderly space cluttered with various tools, newly cut glass panes, and a large workbench worn smooth by years of highly skilled use. A man with kind, steady, and immensely tired eyes greeted us, his hands slightly damp and dusted from his work, his movements deliberate and unhurried, as if the world itself slowed in deference to his careful purpose. "Mr. Holmes," he said quietly, his voice calm but undeniably earnest, "I am Edward Linton, the full-time caretaker of this building. I confess, I rather anticipated a visit from someone of your reputation." Holmes inclined his head, his gaze sharp yet respectful. "Your careful work, Mr. Linton, is the source of the whispers that concerned Mrs. Trent." Linton nodded, gesturing to a small worn leather satchel on the workbench, its specialized contents gleaming faintly in the dim light. A set of extremely delicate tools, including a perfectly calibrated tuning fork and a small, soft-headed rawhide mallet. Each night I must tap and delicately adjust the wooden sash and the panes to check their structural integrity against the pervasive damp and cold. The glass, being old and very sensitive, resonates briefly, creating these soft musical sounds, a harmless byproduct of essential maintenance, meant to preserve the building's life without disturbing its residents unduly. I work at midnight when most are in deep sleep, using these very tools, which I regret, leave the faint marks you likely noticed on the outer ledges. I blinked, genuinely astonished at the sheer simplicity and subtle elegance of the true explanation. So the whispers are not intentional communication, but merely a byproduct of your deep professional care. "Precisely," Linton said with quiet patience, his eyes reflecting a deep, ingrained commitment to his unusual craft. "They are, in essence, the very echoes of diligence, the murmurs of my nightly vigilance. The sound is fleeting, utterly imperceptible to most of the tenants, followed immediately by silence. It's a guardian's quiet, essential ritual, executed with devotion rather than any form of mischief. I've tended these old windows for nearly 20 years, ensuring they withstand London's relentless damp and wear without ever faltering." Holmes' expression softened entirely, a rare and profound hint of admiration in his eyes, his usually sharp demeanour tempered by a true respect for such subtle artistry. A highly conscientious orchestrator of sound, transforming a necessary routine into a gentle symphony of architectural preservation. Rarely does one encounter such quiet dedication, executed with such patience and craft. Your work, Mr. Linton, is a form of quiet poetry, largely unnoticed yet utterly essential to the building's integrity. Linton inclined his head again, a faint, humble smile touching his lips. "I seek only to maintain, Mr. Holmes. The windows are, in a very real sense, the building's eyes, and I ensure they remain clear, strong, and ready for another day." We returned immediately to Eleanor's apartment to share our conclusive findings. She listened with rapt, silent attention, her apprehension melting entirely into profound relief and a sudden, insightful appreciation as Holmes explained Linton's nightly ritual of maintenance and care. The fog outside curled gently, the lamplight shimmering softly through the mist, casting a warm, reassuring glow across her face. "Then there is truly no cause for fear," she said softly, her voice steadier and more resonant now. "It's strange and wonderful to think such quiet, gentle care was behind it all." Holmes nodded, his tone gentle but absolutely assured. "Not all mysteries, Mrs. Trent, are born of harm or dark intent. Some, as we have seen, are woven from pure devotion and quiet dedication, their secrets revealed only through patient, meticulous observation. Your windows, madam, do not whisper a threat. They sing because they are so diligently cared for, a testament to unseen professional diligence." That evening, back at 221B, the fog had thickened once more over Piccadilly, softening the city's sharp edges and muffling the distant clatter of carriage wheels into an almost inaudible hum. The gas lamps shimmered with golden warmth, their light refracted into tiny, trembling halos through the mist, each one a comforting beacon of calm in the silvery night. Holmes sat by the hearth, violin in hand, playing a particularly delicate, contemplative melody that mingled perfectly with the fire's crackle and the quiet, steady rhythm of the evening. The slow, languid notes drifted lazily, filling the room with a sense of profound calm, each one lingering like a soft exhalation, carrying the deep warmth of a resolution achieved without conflict. "Watson," he said, gently lowering the violin and resting the bow, his eyes reflecting the deep firelight. "There is an uncommon, deep satisfaction in mysteries that are resolved entirely without harm or recourse to the police. Linton's extraordinary diligence, those nocturnal whispers, are, as I said, a form of quiet poetry, preserving serenity through the most careful observation. The ordinary becomes utterly extraordinary when crafted with such care and intention, a crucial lesson in noticing the unseen work that binds our world together." I gazed through the fogged window, the lamplight casting pools of gold across the mist. The city's restless pulse softened to a gentle murmur. "The city sleeps far more peacefully for such devotion," I said, my voice low with reflection. Linton's silent work, unnoticed by almost everyone, ensures Piccadilly's quiet harmony, a guardian's hymn woven invisibly into the very fabric of the night. Holmes allowed a faint, thoughtful, almost beatific smile, his long fingers resting lightly on the violin's strings. "Indeed, Watson, not all mysteries demand public exposure, or sensational headlines, or widespread alarm. Some exist simply to teach us the profound value of patience, to notice the subtle beauty in the routine, and to cherish the quiet, often mundane acts that maintain the world's small yet crucial harmonies. Linton's gentle whispers are a profound reminder that care and diligence often go unseen, yet they shape the world around us, nurturing peace in the very heart of the ordinary." As the gentle invitation of sleep drew near, I reflected on Eleanor Trent's delicate, misplaced unease, now entirely soothed by understanding, and on Edward Linton's subtle vigilance, his nightly ritual an unexpected testament to pure devotion to his craft. The fog outside curled like a soft silken blanket, wrapping London in a silvery serenity, the lamplight steady and luminous through the pervasive haze. In 221B, the enduring hearth's warmth, Holmes's quiet, familiar presence and the soft, lingering echo of his violin wove a protective cocoon of tranquility, a small intellectual sanctuary against the vastness and complexity of the night. I thought of the faint scuff marks on the cold stone ledge, the subtle scratches near the hinges, the quiet man with his satchel of specialized tools, and felt a deep, profound appreciation for the invisible guardians of the ordinary, those whose selfless diligence preserves harmony without ever seeking notice or applause. Some mysteries, I realized, exist not to frighten or to confuse, but simply to illuminate the extraordinary within the routine, nurturing peace through patient, gentle care and quiet, focused observation. As my eyes finally closed, the city exhaled in silver mist, its streets cradled in a sudden calm, and I felt an enduring comfort, knowing that unseen hands like Linton's kept Piccadilly safe, cared for, and gently alive. The fog lingered longer that night, curling lazily along rooftops and street corners, veiling London in a particularly tender, silvery embrace that seemed to hold the city suspended in time. The gas lamps glowed with an unusual steadiness, their light a constant beacon through the mist, each halo a quiet promise of continuity and gentle order. Holmes's violin lay utterly silent now, its deep resonance lingering in the very corners of the room, mingling with the fire's soft, familiar crackle and the faint, familiar scent of lamp oil and pipe tobacco. I sank deeper into my worn armchair, the intense warmth of the hearth spreading through me, and reflected once more on the simple yet profound lesson of the whispering windows, that careful attention, devotion to craft, and gentle, non-intrusive intervention can create subtle beauty and preserve serenity, often unnoticed, often entirely uncelebrated by the world at large. The case, while lacking the sensationalism that so often drives the London press, contained a deeper, more enduring satisfaction. It was a victory of the mind over mere assumption, a triumph of the patient observer over the hasty conclusion. The fear that had gripped Eleanor Trent was a genuine psychological phenomenon, but the cause was a practical protective mechanism. I considered how often in our lives we misinterpret the subtle signs around us, mistaking care for threat or routine for danger, simply because we lack the acuity or the patience to truly observe. The world is full of Edward Lintons, toiling quietly in the shadows, their work the bedrock of our comfort and security. Holmes observed me for a moment, his unique eyes glimmering with a rare, quiet understanding that transcended mere words. "Some mysteries, Watson," he reiterated, his voice a low, thoughtful murmur, "exist not to alarm or to punish, but to illuminate a subtle, internal beauty and nurture a profound delight in the ordinary. In the quiet diligence of others, we find crucial lessons for ourselves, the virtue of patience, the necessity of care, and the importance of an enduring attentiveness to the world's small, beautiful wonders." I nodded slowly, letting the deep thought settle, the comforting warmth of the room and the soft, embracing quiet of the fog outside, lulling my mind into a state of profound rest. The city's distant pulse, so softened by the thick mist, seemed to beat in perfect rhythm with the hearth, with Holmes' silent, steadfast presence, and with the memory of Linton's careful, rhythmic taps on the glass. As sleep finally claimed me, I carried with me a profound and gentle calm, knowing that some enigmas exist not to expose a hidden darkness, but simply to remind us to pause, to observe, and to cherish the tender, patient, and essential rhythms of life that weave harmony into the very fabric of the everyday world. The whispering windows of Piccadilly had ceased to be a cause for fear. They had become a lullaby, a soft song of security sung by an unseen, devoted hand. Sherlock Holmes, the mystery of the vanishing violinist. The fog had settled over Marylebone like a soft woolen blanket, muffling the sounds of the evening and transforming the familiar streets into something wonderfully dreamlike. It was a fog of the finest London quality, dense yet possessing a luminous grey quality that seemed to hold the damp gaslight close to the ground, preventing it from escaping into the starless void above. From my window at 221B Baker Street, I watched as the gas lamps emerged like gentle stars through the mist, each one casting a pool of golden warmth onto the cobblestones below. The clip-clop of horse hooves had long since faded into a ghost of sound, and even the occasional rumble of a hansom cab seemed distant and peaceable, a deep, contented sigh from the sleeping metropolis. The air itself felt thick and cool against the windowpane, a perfect counterpoint to the absolute domesticity within our rooms. I had been reading by the fire, a sanctuary of warmth and light against the encroaching damp. My armchair was positioned just so to catch both the dancing, unpredictable light of the flames, which threw wonderful dramatic shadows onto the ceiling, and the steadier, more rational glow of the reading lamp beside me. The book, a collection of complex botanical essays concerning the hybridization of certain rare orchids, lay open in my lap. It was a subject that required intense concentration, yet my attention had, quite pleasantly, wandered to the soothing rhythm of the rain beginning to tap against the windows. It was not a violent storm, but a persistent, delicate percussion, as if nature itself were tuning a vast, invisible drum. Mrs. Hudson had brought tea an hour ago, and the delicate china cup, patterned with a simple blue and white border, still held its comforting warmth between my palms. I felt a profound sense of quietude and well-being, the sort that only the combination of a crackling fire and a stormy night can provide. It was then that I became aware of the music, soft and melancholic. The sound of a violin drifted through the evening air, so gentle it might have been mistaken for the sighing of the wind caught in the eaves, yet it possessed a distinct structure, a melodic intent that was unmistakably human. The melody was hauntingly beautiful, a nocturne that seemed to perfectly complement the misty evening, weaving its thread of silver sound through the heavy tapestry of the fog. The technical control was immediately evident. This was no amateur scraping away at an instrument, but a performer of considerable skill. The bowwork was exquisite, producing a tone that was both rich and mournful, capturing a depth of feeling one rarely encounters in a casual performance. I set down my teacup with care on the small side table, the click of porcelain on wood sounding shockingly loud in the sudden focus of my attention. I moved quietly to the window, drawing back the heavy velvet curtain to peer into the fog-shrouded street. The air grew immediately cooler on my face. The music appeared to be coming from somewhere across the way, though the thick veil of mist made it impossible to determine exactly which building housed the mysterious musician. The notes floated upward with an almost ethereal quality, rising and falling like gentle waves of pure sound. There was something infinitely comforting about the performance, a perfect accompaniment to the cozy warmth of my sitting room and the soft patter of rain. It was the sort of sound that seemed to distill the essence of London's moody, introspective heart. For several minutes, I stood listening, allowing the music to wash over me like a balm. The violinist was clearly skilled, their bow drawing forth sounds of remarkable sweetness and clarity, navigating the intricate demands of the piece with effortless grace. The piece itself seemed tantalizingly familiar, though I could not quite place it. Perhaps something by Brahms, a late movement from one of his sonatas, or one of the gentler compositions of Mendelssohn, but it carried a distinctive Slavic melancholy, an almost painful beauty. I remember thinking that a sound so purely expressive deserved an audience beyond the damp cobblestones and the closed windows of Marylebone. But then, quite suddenly, the music stopped, not with the natural resonant conclusion of a piece, mind you, where the final note fades into a satisfying silence, but abruptly, mid-phrase, as if the bow had been lifted in a moment of sharp distraction or sudden, urgent need. The silence that followed felt vast and peculiar after the continuous stream of melody, and I found myself leaning forward against the window glass, my hand cupping my ear, straining to hear if the music might resume. Minutes passed, measured by the relentless soft percussion of the rain against the glass. Somewhere in the distance, a church bell chimed the half-hour, its deep toll cutting briefly through the persistent silence. But of the violin there was no further sound. The abruptness was the first anomaly, the initial tremor of a puzzle that had begun its brief, gentle life. I was about to return to my chair and my book, ready to dismiss the whole incident as merely the caprice of an artistic temperament, when I noticed something curious. Across the street, in what I knew to be the upper floor of Mrs. Pemberton's boarding house, a window glowed with the warm, buttery light of an oil lamp. The location was precisely where the sound had seemed to originate. The light itself was not unusual. Many residents kept their lamps burning well into the evening for reading or evening ablutions. What caught my attention was the way the light flickered, not with the steady, controlled flame of a properly trimmed wick, but with an irregular, agitated pattern that strongly suggested rapid movement within the room, a person pacing quickly or packing in haste. As I watched, the intensity of the light seemed to waver, and then suddenly it went out entirely. Now, this too might seem like a perfectly ordinary occurrence, someone simply retiring for the evening and extinguishing their lamp. Yet, the confluence of events struck me as acutely odd. The music had ceased so abruptly, and now the light had vanished just as suddenly, immediately following a period of distinct agitation. Moreover, I could have sworn I glimpsed a shadow moving swiftly across the window just before the darkness fell. A quick, furtive movement that seemed entirely at odds with the leisurely preparations one might expect of someone preparing for a peaceful night's rest. It was a silhouette that conveyed urgency, a figure bending and then straightening with speed. The faint aroma of turpentine and tobacco, scents Holmes was likely to have recently handled, seemed less captivating now. Curiosity, that old familiar companion, began to stir within me, a gentle but persistent flutter in my chest. It was the thrill of the unexplained, albeit on the smallest possible scale. I remained at the window for several more minutes, my gaze fixed on the now darkened windows of the boarding house, but the house across the way remained completely silent and dark, an impenetrable block of shadow against the misty night. The fog continued its slow, inexorable thickening, and the gas lamps below cast their pools of light into an increasingly mysterious and enigmatic landscape. The violin, the light, the shadow. 3 small sequential facts that pointed, with a silent insistence, to a story. Eventually I returned to my chair, but found concentration on those dense botanical essays quite impossible. The brief mystery of the vanishing violinist had captured my imagination, and I found myself constructing various theories to explain what I had observed. Had the violinist been interrupted by an unexpected visitor? Had a message been delivered that demanded an immediate nocturnal departure? Could the shadow have been cast by a second person, perhaps an unwelcome one? My natural inclination, learned from years beside my friend Sherlock Holmes, was to seek the most simple and logical explanation first. Perhaps the musician had simply finished their evening practice and retired to bed, and the flickering was simply a faulty wick they wrestled with before extinguishing it. All perfectly reasonable explanations, and yet they lacked the satisfying ring of completeness. The abrupt silence was the thing that would not rest. A musician of that caliber does not simply abandon a Brahms nocturne mid-bar unless compelled. The human element, the sudden urgency, was what elevated this from a non-event to a quiet puzzle. I retired to bed with a slight but persistent intellectual disquiet, trusting that the morning light would either dissolve the mystery or provide the necessary clues for its gentle resolution. The next morning dawned clear and crisp, the fog having lifted during the night to reveal a London washed clean by rain. The streets gleamed wetly in the early sunlight, and the familiar bracing sounds of the city awakening filled the air. The cheerful calls of street vendors, the rumble of cartwheels on cobblestones, the insistent whistling of an errand boy on his way to a baker's shop. It was a complete contrast to the hushed, introspective atmosphere of the previous night. After a hearty breakfast shared in companionable silence with Holmes, who was occupied with a monograph on the classification of pipe ashes, I decided to take a constitutional through the neighbourhood. This was partly for the simple, revitalising pleasure of the fine morning air, but partly, I must admit, to satisfy my curiosity about the previous evening's mysterious musician. The need for facts, however trivial, had to be addressed. I made my way leisurely down Baker Street, nodding to the familiar faces of shopkeepers opening their establishments for the day. The baker was setting out his warm loaves, the chimney sweep was hurrying down a side alley, and the newsboy was already calling out the headlines with impressive volume. Mrs. Pemberton's boarding house stood just as it always had, a respectable 4-story building with neat window boxes, a freshly painted front door, and an air of sturdy Victorian propriety. Nothing about its exterior suggested anything unusual, let alone dramatic, had occurred the night before. I paused before it, ostensibly to admire the late autumn flowers, a cluster of defiant chrysanthemums and late-blooming roses, but actually to study the upper windows, particularly the one on the 3rd floor. It was now vacant of any light, reflecting the clean blue sky. "Beautiful morning, isn't it?" came a voice beside me. I turned to find Mrs. Pemberton herself, a pleasant woman of middle years with cheeks slightly flushed from the morning air, her grey hair tucked neatly beneath a practical dark blue bonnet. She carried a small, decorative watering can made of polished copper and had evidently been tending to her flowers. "Indeed it is, Mrs. Pemberton," I replied warmly, keeping my tone entirely casual. "Your flowers are quite lovely. They must bring great pleasure to your residence." "Oh, they do," she beamed, adjusting a wilting leaf with a practiced thumb. "Though I'm afraid we've lost one of our most appreciative tenants just this morning." My attention sharpened immediately, though I kept my expression, merely politely interested. "Oh, I hope nothing unpleasant occurred. A sudden illness, perhaps?" "Not unpleasant, no," Mrs. Pemberton continued, her voice possessing a distinct note of maternal pride. "Young Mr. Morrison, he had the room on the 3rd floor there." She indicated the very window where I had seen the flickering light. "Has taken a position with a travelling orchestra. Left quite early this morning, in fact. Such a talented violinist he was. We shall miss his evening practice sessions terribly." "A violinist?" I said, feigning an innocent surprise that I hoped was not too transparent. "How delightful! I'm quite fond of violin music myself. I seem to recall hearing a lovely piece last night, just as the fog was settling." "Oh, you should have heard him play." Mrs. Pemberton's eyes grew distant with a pleasant fondness, a common reaction when discussing a favourite former tenant. "Every evening, regular as clockwork, he would practice for exactly 1 hour. Such beautiful music. It quite transformed the atmosphere of the entire house, even for those who claim not to care for classical music. Last night was his final performance, as it were. Quite moving, really, though I didn't know it at the time." "Last night?" I prompted gently, careful not to press too eagerly. "You mentioned it ended rather suddenly." "Yes, though I must say it ended rather oddly," she confirmed, unconsciously reinforcing my own observation. "He was playing one of his usual pieces, something by Brahms, I believe he called it, a scherzo or a capriccio or some such thing, when he stopped quite suddenly, right in the middle. I thought perhaps he had broken a string. Or maybe Mrs. Finch had knocked on his door to complain, but when I listened for him to resume, he never did. This morning, when I went to bid him farewell and collect his keys, he explained it all. He had received an urgent telegram from the orchestra leader, requiring him to catch the early train to Edinburgh. He said he dropped his bow and rushed to read the message, and then had to immediately begin packing. The final pieces of the small puzzle began to fall into place with satisfying gentle clarity. The abrupt cessation of music, the hand leaving the bow to grab the telegram, the flickering light. No doubt Mr. Morrison hastily sorting and packing his belongings by lamplight after receiving the unexpected welcome news of his new post. The shadow I had glimpsed moving across the window would have been the young man himself, moving about his room in preparation for his sudden, exciting departure. There was no foul play, no mystery of the sensational sort, only a small, very human incident of opportunity and haste. How exciting for him, I said to Mrs. Pemberton, genuinely pleased for the young man, though I'm sure you'll find it quite quiet without his music. Indeed we will, she sighed, then brightened again, ever the pragmatist. Though I dare say the other residents won't miss being awakened at 6 o'clock this morning by his departure. Poor fellow was trying to be quiet as a mouse, but one simply cannot manage a large violin case, travelling bags, and a heavy portmanteau down 3 flights of creaking wooden stairs without making some noise. It sounded like a small avalanche in the stairwell. We chatted pleasantly for a few more minutes about the neighbourhood and the fine weather, before I continued on my walk toward Regent's Park. As I strolled, I found myself smiling at the complete and satisfying resolution of my small mystery. There had been nothing sinister or even particularly unusual about the previous evening's events. Merely a young musician receiving unexpected but welcome news and making hasty, slightly chaotic preparations for a new chapter in his career. The only true mystery had been the lack of information and the suddenness of the transition. And yet, the observation and subsequent gentle investigation had provided me with a most pleasant mental exercise. There was something deeply satisfying about the process of noticing small anomalies, forming theories based on the facts, and then discovering the simple, often very human truth behind seemingly mysterious events. It was a micro-adventure, a moment of applying the rigorous methods of deduction to the gentle tapestry of everyday life. I made my way to Regent's Park, where the morning sun slanted through the thinning trees and cast long, peaceful shadows across the dewy paths. The park was coming alive with the gentle activity of the day, nursemaids pushing prams with a careful, steady pace, elderly gentlemen taking their constitutional walk with a focused gravity, and children playing quiet, earnest games near the bandstand while their mothers watched fondly from nearby benches, their faces lifted to the sun. The fresh air, smelling of damp earth and late-blooming flowers, was invigorating. I found a particularly inviting bench beside a small, tranquil pond, its edges fringed with reeds now turned a dry, pale gold. ducks glided serenely across the dark water, leaving a delicate, widening V-wake behind them, and the reflection of autumn leaves created a beautiful shimmering tapestry of gold and crimson on the surface. Settling myself comfortably, I drew out a small leather-bound notebook, a habit of mine for recording interesting observations, a legacy of my time with Holmes, and began to write a brief account of the mystery of the vanishing violinist. I focused on the sensory details, the timbre of the music against the texture of the fog, the sharp click of the lamp switch, and the satisfying final clatter of the poor musician's luggage on the stairs. As I wrote, describing the fog-softened evening, the haunting music, and the simple human explanation behind it all, I became aware of another small mystery unfolding nearby. An elderly gentleman sat at the far end of my long bench, feeding breadcrumbs to the ducks with methodical, almost ritualistic precision. He was not more than 30 feet away, and his quiet industry was immediately intriguing. What caught my attention was not the activity itself, but his distinct technique. Most people who feed ducks simply scatter large handfuls of bread in a random broadcast fashion, creating a frenzied, chaotic scramble. But this gentleman was different. He would take a single, small piece of bread, examine it carefully, then throw it with a precise low arc to a specific duck with careful aim. Moreover, he seemed to be keeping a detailed mental tally, or perhaps an actual record, of which ducks had been fed, ensuring that each prominent member of the pond's community received exactly the same measured amount. There was a sense of justice and equity in his distribution. Curious about this systematic approach to duck feeding, I shifted slightly on the bench and observed more closely, pretending to continue my writing. The gentleman was impeccably dressed in the manner of a retired professional, perhaps a solicitor, a master tailor, or a meticulous banker, with silver hair neatly combed back from a high forehead, and a polished silver-topped walking stick hooked over his arm. His movements were deliberate and precise, and there was something almost ritualistic about his distribution of the tiny breadcrumbs. He was not merely feeding the animals, he was interacting with a known, complex system. After several minutes of this careful feeding, he began to pack up his remaining bread, tucking the waxed paper neatly into his pocket, but not before making what appeared to be notes in a small black leather journal which he produced from his inside coat pocket. This detail struck me as particularly intriguing. What could one possibly find worth recording about the daily act of feeding park ducks? Was this a scientific study, a personal memoir, or merely the eccentric habit of a retired mind? The sheer dedication spoke volumes. My curiosity got the better of me, and I ventured a friendly conversational comment, adopting the light conversational tone that encourages confidence. "The ducks seem quite appreciative of your attention," I said pleasantly. "They appear to know you well." The gentleman looked up with a gentle, slightly surprised smile, his eyes a bright, clear blue. "Oh yes," he replied. his voice a low, educated baritone. "They've come to expect it, I'm afraid. Routine is important to creatures, don't you think? Both human and animal. A predictable world is a safe world." "Indeed it is," I agreed, closing my notebook with a quiet snap. "I couldn't help but notice your very systematic approach. The targeted throws, the equal distribution. Do you mind if I ask about your method?" His eyes brightened with the visible, unfeigned enthusiasm of someone delighted to share a passionate, often overlooked interest. He tapped the small journal in his hand. "Not at all. It is a pleasure to find another soul who notices the how and not just the what. You see, I've been coming here every morning for 3 years now, ever since I retired from the customs office, and I've become quite fascinated by duck behavior and social structures." He opened his small journal and showed me pages covered with impossibly neat, copper plate handwriting and small detailed sketches of various waterfowl. The level of detail was astounding. "I've been documenting their feeding patterns, their social hierarchies, who dominates the feeding grounds, who is subordinate, their nesting habits, and their seasonal migratory behaviors. I have over 1,000 hours of observation logged here. It's a vast, tiny society right under our noses." He pointed to an entry dated from the previous week. "Did you know, for instance, that the mallards have a definite pecking order that is constantly being subtly renegotiated, or that the same female, a particularly intelligent specimen I call Beatrice, has been the dominant duck at this specific pond for over 2 years now? She is the queen of this small watery domain." As he spoke, pointing out various ducks with the tip of his walking stick and explaining their individual characteristics and complex relationships, the rivalries, the quiet alliances, the seasonal courtships, I found myself completely drawn into his quiet world of gentle observation and patient study. His dedication to this miniature society was a mirror of Holmes's own dedication to the science of crime, simply applied to a softer, more benign subject. The pleasure he derived was palpable. "This fellow here," he continued, indicating a particularly robust, assertive male mallard who was currently preening with a majestic air, "I call him Wellington. He's quite the character, always the first to investigate any new food source, yet he possesses a certain chivalry. He never bullies the smaller ducks or the quieter coots. A natural, benevolent leader, you might say, and a devoted mate to Beatrice. I have notes here on his wingspan, the exact number of times he preens per hour, and his consistent route across the water, and the sheer dedication to the recording," I mused aloud, pointing to the journal. "That is the hallmark of a true observer." "Precisely," Mr. Hartwell, for that was his name, nodded emphatically. "Most people rush through the park without really seeing anything at all. They see a duck, they see a pond, but if you take the time to observe, really observe, systematically, like a scientist, every day brings some small, beautiful discovery. It's like watching a tiny, perfectly constructed play unfold every morning. It has given me a sense of purpose far greater than any customs ledger ever could." He then elaborated on the subtle difference in plumage between a first-year male and an older established duck, a detail I would have entirely missed. We spent nearly an hour in pleasant conversation about duck behavior, pond ecosystems, the subtle, complex patterns of nature visible to the patient observer, and the sheer delight of the methodical life. Mr. Hartwell had clearly found in his duck studies not merely a hobby, but a source of deep contentment and purpose in his retirement. He was living proof that the mind, trained to observe, can find endless, fascinating material in the most ordinary of settings. "It's remarkable," he said as he finally prepared to leave, collecting his stick and giving me a brief warm handshake. "How much can be learned from simply sitting quietly and watching? The world is constantly revealing its secrets, Watson, but only to those who are patient and detailed enough to record them." He then continued his rounds, planning to visit a separate pond where he was tracking a family of migrating coots. After he had gone, I remained on the bench for some time, reflecting on the morning's encounters. First, the mystery of the vanishing violinist, with its simple but satisfying human resolution. Then, the discovery of Mr. Hartwell's detailed and loving study of pond life, a quiet dedication that was as rigorous in its own way as any chemical analysis. Both experiences had reinforced my belief that the world is indeed full of small wonders and gentle mysteries, visible to those who take the time to notice and appreciate them. It was a reminder that satisfaction is often found not in the magnitude of the problem, but in the quality of the observation. The sun had climbed higher now, warming the bench and casting dancing patterns of light through the leaves overhead. The park had filled with more visitors, but the scene was one of fundamental peace. I found myself thinking about the profound contentment that comes from observation and understanding, not the dramatic, violent revelations of sensational criminal cases, but the quieter pleasure of noticing small details and piecing together the simple, everyday stories they tell. The young violinist hurrying off to his new, exciting opportunity. Mr. Hartwell finding purpose and joy in his meticulous study of pond life. These were the kinds of gentle mysteries that truly enriched one's understanding of human nature and the world around us. As the morning drew toward midday, I made my way slowly back through the streets toward Baker Street, carrying with me a renewed appreciation for the mundane. The fog of the previous evening seemed like a memory from another season entirely, replaced now by clear air and gentle sunshine. The shops were busy with their daily commerce, and the atmosphere was one of quiet prosperity and contentment. Passing Mrs. Pemberton's boarding house, I noticed she had placed a small, neatly printed card in the window of Mr. Morrison's former room. Pleasant room to let, suitable for quiet professional gentlemen. The window boxes below bloomed as cheerfully as ever, and I found myself hoping that the new tenant, whoever he might be, would bring his own form of evening music or quiet routine to grace the neighbourhood. Back in my own sitting room, I settled once again into my comfortable chair, though now the fire's warmth was almost entirely supplemented by cheerful daylight streaming through the tall windows. Mrs. Hudson had thoughtfully left fresh tea and a selection of delicate ginger biscuits on the side table, and the familiar comfort of my surroundings seemed enhanced by the morning's gentle adventures. I opened my notebook and completed my account of the violinist mystery, adding the crucial final details Mrs. Pemberton had supplied. Then, with a fresh page, I began a new entry about Mr. Hartwell and his fascinating duck studies, recording his specific names for Wellington and Beatrice. As I wrote, the pen scratching pleasantly against the paper, I reflected on how these small, undramatic encounters had enriched my day, providing not excitement or dramatic revelation, but something perhaps more valuable, a reminder of the quiet satisfaction that comes from careful observation and the gentle unraveling of life's countless smaller puzzles. The world is a book of wonders, and the key is simply to read the small print. The afternoon passed peacefully, with reading, correspondence, and the occasional glance out at the now busy street below. Holmes emerged from his study only to retrieve a specific chemical reagent, offering a grunt of greeting and a brief comment on the remarkable insolubility of certain ash residues before returning to his arcane pursuits. His mind, I knew, was wrestling with a far more complex challenge, but I felt a distinct sense of superiority in the contentment derived from my simpler domestic-scale investigations. As evening approached, I found myself once again drawn to the window, the old habit asserting itself, curious to see if any new sounds might emerge from the transformed boarding house across the way. The street began to settle into its familiar evening rhythms, gas lamps flickering to life with a gentle pop, residents returning from their daily labours, the gradual shift from day's bustle to evening's quieter pleasures. And then, just as the sun set and the first stars began to appear in the darkening sky, I heard it. Music once again floated across the street, but this time it was distinctly different. Gone was the soaring, melancholic voice of the string instrument, replaced by the gentle, percussive tinkling of a piano. The melody was different too, a soft, lilting waltz, perhaps a simple parlour piece by a minor composer that seemed to match perfectly the unhurried domestic pace of the evening. Evidently Mrs. Pemberton's new tenant was also musically inclined, though with a preference for the gentler, more grounded tones of the keyboard. I smiled to myself as I listened to the piano waltz drift through the evening air. Here was the beginning of a new chapter in the small, ongoing story of the neighbourhood. A new musician, a new routine, new gentle mysteries to observe and appreciate. The thought filled me with quiet contentment, a sense of being connected to the ongoing, ceaseless rhythms of life around me. The abrupt urgency of the violin was replaced by the steady, comforting rhythm of the piano. As I prepared for bed later that evening, drawing the heavy curtains against the night and banking the fire to glowing embers, I felt the deep, profound satisfaction that comes from a day well observed and gently lived. The mystery of the vanishing violinist had been solved. The new, quiet mystery of the piano-playing tenant had begun, and tomorrow would undoubtedly bring its own small wonders for those patient enough to notice them. I settled into bed with a final glance at my notebook, where the day's gentle mysteries were now preserved in neat handwriting. Outside, the piano continued its soft waltz, each note a small, reassuring affirmation of domestic peace, and somewhere at the distance, a church bell chimed the hour. The great city settled into sleep around me, and I closed my eyes with the comforting knowledge that in the morning there would be new small details to observe, new gentle stories to uncover, and new quiet satisfactions to discover in the endless, fascinating tapestry of daily life. The last thing I heard before sleep claimed me was the soft, hesitant conclusion of the piano waltz, ending not abruptly as the violin had the night before, but with a gentle, satisfying cadence that seemed to whisper that all was well with the world, and that rest, when it comes at the end of a day of gentle observation and quiet contentment, is perhaps the most satisfying mystery of all. The quiet detective work of life, I realized, was often the sweetest. Sherlock Holmes, The Case of the Midnight Orchid. The London evening settled in a creeping, quiet fog, holding the street lamps in its pale, damp embrace. Our sitting room at 220 Baker Street became a haven, its windows glowing softly. The familiar city sounds, hooves and voices were entirely swallowed, leaving a profound stillness broken only by the crackle of our fire. Within, the fire was a small, warm sun against the gloom, casting dancing shadows. The air was fragrant with Holmes's fine-cut tobacco, leather, and old books. I sat in my armchair, Plutarch's Lives unread on my lap, mesmerized by the flames and the steady tick of the clock. The world had shrunk to the warmth of our small room. Holmes lay stretched on the sofa, utterly still. To a casual eye, he was profoundly lazy, but I knew his mind was not idle. This was his posture of deep thought, a spider in the center of its web feeling the subtlest vibrations. "The very atmosphere is a balm, is it not, Watson?" he murmured, his voice a low rumble. The city's silence allows one to hear the quiet truths. One can perceive the smallest vibrations. Indeed, Holmes, a night for contemplation, I replied softly. Precisely, he said, a faint smile touching his lips. For a world at peace allows for the perception of the finest deviations. The most profound mysteries are not always the loudest, but the quietest. His words, as always, proved to be prophetic. A moment later, a quiet, almost apologetic tap sounded upon our door. It was not a frantic, impatient knock, but a hesitant, timid summons that seemed to belong to the night itself. It was the faintest of tremors, a ripple on the surface of our perfect stillness, and yet it was enough to draw Holmes out of his meditative state. His eyes, which had been half-lidded, now opened fully, a sharp and luminous grey. I watched as his gaze, usually so restless and penetrating, now held a quality of gentle anticipation. He did not move, but the air around him seemed to hum with a newfound, subtle energy. I rose and found our landlady, Mrs. Hudson, with a look of mild, well-meaning confusion on her face. Her usual bustling energy was subdued by the quiet of the night. Behind her stood an elderly gentleman. His shoulders stooped with the weight of years, but his bearing one of gentle dignity. His coat was a fine tweed, but it was beaded with droplets of mist, as was the soft wool scarf wound about his neck. His face, wrinkled like a dried apple, held an expression not of fear or panic, but of profound, bone-deep sorrow. His eyes, though clouded with age and framed by a network of fine lines, held a deep and lingering sadness that seemed to have been there for some time. "I am terribly sorry to disturb you, gentlemen," Mrs. Hudson whispered, wringing her hand slightly. This young gentleman, he insisted he had nowhere else to turn. He asked for Mr. Holmes by name. "Pray show him in, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes said, his voice a low, tranquil note that seemed to rise from the depths of the shadows. "I believe my last client, Miss Eleanor Finch, spoke of you with great reverence. A distant cousin, if I'm not mistaken." "My grandniece," he said, his expression one of gentle gratitude as he stepped into the warmth of the room. "She said you restored to her a piece of her own mind. I have come with a similar, if perhaps even more insignificant hope. You are our family's last resort, Mr. Holmes, for matters of the quiet heart." He took the seat I offered, drawing a small, worn, leather-bound book from his pocket. His hands trembled slightly as he held it, not from the cold, but from a quiet anguish. "I am, as my grandniece has no doubt told you, a botanist, a lover of gardens and of the quiet, patient lives of plants. For many years, I have tended a small conservatory adjoining my home where I cultivate certain rare specimens. My life is, I am afraid, a very quiet one. It is a life lived in the company of green things, a simple rhythm of tending and observing." He paused, gathering his thoughts. "My difficulty, Mr. Holmes, is with the midnight orchid, Orchidaceae nocturnus. It's a curious specimen. Its pure cream-white petals unfurl only once just after midnight and wither by dawn. For 35 years, watching its slow, singular awakening has been my greatest joy, a private miracle." He looked up, eyes welling with sorrow. "2 nights ago the orchid bloomed, but it was changed. The petals only opened halfway, sickly and pale yellow. Worst of all, there was no scent. Its sweet perfume, which signals its life, was missing. It was a silent bloom, a ghost of its former self. It happened again last night. I've checked the soil, temperature, and humidity. Everything is constant. I am at a loss. My friend has been struck ill and I don't know the cause, he finished, his hands now trembling more noticeably. The silence that followed was long and heavy, punctuated only by the crackle of the fire. I watched Holmes, who had not moved, but whose eyes were now open, fixed on the gentleman with a penetrating yet gentle scrutiny. His expression was not that of a detective, but of a man hearing a profound confession. A most compelling case, Holmes finally murmured, his voice as low and soothing as the fog outside. Not a crime, but a mystery of a more delicate nature. The disruption of a natural harmony, the silent suffering of a friend. Tell me, Mr. Finch, what was the nature of your evening on the first night this anomaly occurred? Do you have a precise routine that you follow? A very normal evening, Mr. Holmes, the old man said, his voice thick with emotion. I had my usual supper, and then I retired to the conservatory to wait. My routine is, I am afraid, a very predictable one. I spend the hours between supper and midnight in my library, reading and contemplating. Then, just before the clock strikes 12, I enter the conservatory. I take my seat in the high back chair I have had for years and I wait. I read a book, as I always do. This same book, in fact, that my grandniece Eleanor was reading. It is a very old copy of The Secret Life of Lycan by my late cousin, Professor Alistair Finch. It is a work that I have found great solace in over the years. It reminds me of a time when all was right with the world. Holmes nodded slowly, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. And the temperature in the conservatory? Precisely as it should be, Mr. Finch said with conviction. It is a delicate matter, you see. The midnight orchid requires a consistent temperature of no more than 58 degrees Fahrenheit. The temperature gauge, which I check religiously, read 58 degrees on the dot. And the light? Holmes inquired. Was there any source of illumination that might have disturbed the process? Absolutely no light, he replied. I draw the heavy velvet curtains over the windows that face the street, and I use a single, dim lantern in the far corner of the room, far from the orchid. It is a creature of the dark, you see. Any light, even a small flicker, would disturb its delicate process. And the air? Holmes asked. Was there any change to the air itself? The humidity? A change in the breeze, perhaps? Nothing that I could detect, the old man said, shaking his head. The air felt perfectly normal. The scent of the other plants, the jasmine, the gardenia, was as it should be. Only the orchid's scent was missing. It was as if it had no breath to share with the world. Holmes closed his eyes again, his head tilted back against the cushions. He sat in perfect stillness, a man listening to a silence that no one else could hear. I watched him, a part of me wanting to give him a nudge, to remind him of the man waiting, But another part of me knew that this was his most profound state of observation. He was not looking at the world, he was feeling it. He was processing the gentle grief, the quiet details, and the profound sadness of a man who had lost a piece of his routine, a piece of his world. Finally, after what seemed like an age, he spoke. "Mr. Finch, I believe I have the answer to your most distressing problem. The anomaly is not in the plant, but in the environment. And it is not a matter of criminal intent, but a matter of simple, inadvertent action. I ask you, on that first night, as you were reading your book and waiting for the orchid to bloom, were you drinking a cup of tea?" Mr. Finch looked at him, startled. "Why, yes. I always have a cup of chamomile tea after supper. I find it soothes my nerves, and it is a part of my nightly ritual. The tea is hot, and I sip it slowly. And the tea was, I presume, in a cup?" "Yes, of course. A china cup." "Yes, a simple, white china cup." Holmes smiled faintly. "And that cup, where did you place it as you were reading?" "On a small carved wooden coaster on the table beside my chair," the old man replied, a growing look of bewilderment on his face. "The table is quite close to the orchid, as I like to be near it when it blooms." "And the book you were reading?" Holmes continued, his voice a low, placid whisper. "Was it perhaps a very old and very well-loved book?" "Yes. It has been in my family for generations. I've kept it with me for over 60 years. Its pages are yellowed, and the leather is soft with age." "The solution is simple, Mr. Finch," Holmes said. "The midnight orchid requires precise temperature. That half-formed silent bloom was a signal of distress. You placed a cup of warm chamomile tea near it. That cup released an imperceptible amount of heat, a minuscule deviation no thermometer could detect, but enough for the sensitive orchid. Sensing this unnatural warmth, it partially bloomed in confusion, unable to fully unfurl or release its scent. The bloom was a protest of its profound sensitivity." The old man stared, mouth agape. "The tea, a cup of tea. I can hardly believe it." "It is not a matter of belief, but of observation," Holmes gently corrected. "Grief leads the mind to the dramatic. The answer was in the quiet details. The book absorbed the cup's heat, transmitting a gentle pulse only the orchid detected. This small deviation was all it took. The world is full of subtle truths, Mr. Finch. One must quiet one's mind to perceive them." Mr. Finch looked at the book, his hands no longer trembling. A look of dawning comprehension and then of profound relief spread across his face. He looked up at Holmes, his eyes now shining with gratitude. "You have restored my peace of mind, Mr. Holmes. You have not given me back my flower's bloom, but you have given me back the understanding of its quiet life. I was convinced it was dying, but it was merely reacting. You have given me back the sense of harmony. It is a gift I can never repay. A matter of no consequence, Holmes said, waving a hand in dismissal. The most important element of any investigation is not the solution, but the restoration of harmony. The mind, like a delicate instrument, must be brought back into tune. The orchid, Mr. Finch, was a minor matter, but your quiet distress was a matter of great importance. I am simply glad to see that the ripple on the pond has now subsided. He thanked us once more, his expression now one of serene calm. We watched him go, a small solitary figure disappearing into the impenetrable grey of the fog. The sound of his footsteps faded into the ambient hum of the city, and soon it was as if he had never been there at all. I looked at Holmes, eyes closed again on the sofa. The fire crackled. The clock ticked with slow, deliberate sound. I did not speak. The case was solved not with a chase or confrontation, but with quiet observation and a deep understanding of the subtle workings of the human mind and the delicate balance of the natural world. Order was restored with a grace as peaceful as the fog settling over London. The firelight danced, the clock ticked, and a sense of deep contentment settled over me. The fog outside now held new meaning, a natural quietude, a state of rest. I thought of the countless, unrecorded moments of peace passing in the city, the small, quiet victories. It was in such moments that I truly understood Holmes, not just a great detective, but a quiet craftsman, a restorer of order, a seeker of truth in forgotten corners. My mind quieted, my eyes grew heavy. The fire burned and the clock ticked on, a gentle lullaby in the heart of London. His words proved prophetic. A moment later, a quiet, almost apologetic tap sounded upon our door, a timid summons, a ripple in our stillness. It was enough to draw Holmes from his meditative state. His eyes, usually restless, opened fully, a sharp, luminous grey, holding a quality of gentle anticipation. He didn't move, but the air around him hummed. I rose from my chair, the leather groaning, my book settling on my lap. The sudden chill was palpable as I walked to the door. I found Mrs. Hudson, and, behind her, an elderly gentleman. His tweed coat was beaded with mist and his shoulders were stooped. His face held no panic, but a profound, bone-deep sorrow, a quiet, private companion etched into the lines of his aged face. "I am terribly sorry to disturb you, gentlemen," Mrs. Hudson whispered, wringing her hands slightly. "This gentleman," he insisted he had nowhere else to turn. He asked for Mr. Holmes by name. "Pray show him in, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes said, his voice a low, tranquil note that seemed to rise from the depths of the shadows. He had not moved from the sofa, yet his presence seemed to fill the room, a point of stillness and focus. His question, however, was not one of idle curiosity, but of immediate, almost gentle recognition. I believe my last client, Miss Eleanor Finch, spoke of you with great reverence. A distant cousin, if I am not mistaken." The old man's face, which had been a mask of quiet despair, now softened into an expression of gentle gratitude. "My grandniece," he said, his voice a low, hesitant rumble. The timbre was thick with emotion, as if he had not spoken at length in some time. "She said you restored to her a piece of her own mind. You gave her back the order of things, where she had found only chaos. I have come with a similar, if perhaps even more insignificant hope. You are our family's last resort, Mr. Holmes, for matters of the quiet heart." I moved aside, gesturing for him to enter, and he stepped into the sanctum of our rooms. The warmth seemed to embrace him, the air heavy with the scent of tobacco and old paper must have felt like a balm after the damp chill of the fog. He took the seat I offered, settling slowly into the armchair opposite Holmes. The chair, so accustomed to my own weight, took to his with a polite sigh. He drew a small, worn, leather-bound book from his pocket, and his hands trembled slightly as he held it, not from the cold, but from a quiet anguish that seemed to radiate from his very being. The leather felt smooth and worn, a texture of decades of handling. "I am, as my grandniece has no doubt told you, a botanist," he began, his voice gaining a soft, fragile confidence as he spoke. "A lover of gardens and of the quiet, patient lives of plants. For many years I have tended a small conservatory adjoining my home, where I cultivate certain rare specimens. My life is, I am afraid, a very quiet one. It is a life lived in the company of green things, a simple rhythm of tending and observing, of waiting for small, beautiful things to happen in their own time." He paused, taking a shaky breath, his gaze falling to the worn book in his lap. "My difficulty is this, Mr. Holmes. I have an orchid called the midnight orchid. It is a rare specimen. Its petals unfurl only for a single night, just after midnight, and are withered by dawn. For 35 years, it's been my greatest joy to watch its slow, gentle awakening and its pure cream-white unfurling, a private miracle." A profound sadness settled in the room. He looked up, his eyes welling with sorrow. 2 nights ago, the orchid bloomed, but it was changed. The petals opened only halfway, appearing a sickly pale yellow instead of cream, and worst of all, there was no scent. The midnight orchid's sweet perfume signals its life, but there was nothing. It was a silent bloom, a ghost of its former self. It happened again last night. I've checked the soil, temperature and humidity. Everything is as it has been for decades. I am at a loss. My dearest friend has been struck ill, and I do not know the cause." He finished, his hands now trembling more noticeably, the book a small anchor in a sea of his grief. The silence that followed was long and heavy. punctuated only by the crackle of the fire. I watched Holmes, who had not moved, but whose eyes were now open, fixed on the gentleman with a penetrating yet gentle scrutiny. His expression was not that of a detective, but of a man hearing a profound confession. He was not looking for a clue, but for the shape of the sadness itself, the deep personal wound. I found myself reflecting on the case, such as it was. It lacked the drama of a murder, the urgency of a stolen jewel. It was a case of a single silent flower and a man's quiet despair. And yet, I knew instinctively that Holmes found it as compelling as any crime. For him, the most profound mysteries were not about malice or greed, but about the subtle, almost imperceptible ways in which the world could fall out of harmony. The orchid's sickly bloom was not just a botanical anomaly. It was a symbol of a shattered routine, a broken rhythm in a life built on order and patience. Holmes finally stirred, a slow, deliberate movement that did not break the stillness but seemed to fold into it. He leaned forward slightly, his hands still steepled, and his gaze remained fixed on Mr. Finch with an unblinking intensity that was not predatory, but deeply compassionate. "Tell me, Mr. Finch," he said, his voice a low, soothing murmur. "Your life, you say, is one of routine. What was the exact nature of your evening on the first night this anomaly occurred? Did you deviate in any way from the quiet rhythm you have kept for so long? A different supper? A change in the hour you retired to the conservatory?" The old man, surprised by the specificity of the question, shook his head. "A very normal evening, Mr. Holmes. My routine is predictable. Supper, then reading in the library until midnight. Just before 12, I enter the conservatory and sit in my usual chair to wait. I read the same book, a very old copy of The Secret Life of Lycan by my late cousin. It brings me solace." He clutched the book. The orchid's disruption, I realized, shattered not just a flower, but the order and peace of his very life, which the flower symbolized. Holmes saw this as a crisis of the soul. "And the temperature in the conservatory?" Holmes inquired, his voice a whisper, almost as if he were afraid of startling the truth. "You said you had checked it, precisely as it should be." "Precisely as it should be," Mr. Finch said with conviction. "It is a delicate matter, you see. The midnight orchid requires a consistent temperature of no more than 58 degrees Fahrenheit. The temperature gauge, which I check religiously, read 58 degrees on the dot. And the light?" Holmes continued, his questions not feeling like an interrogation, but like a careful, gentle sifting of sand to find a hidden pearl. "Was there any source of illumination that might have disturbed the process?" "Absolutely no light," he replied, his voice firm with certainty. "I draw the heavy velvet curtains over the windows that face the street, and I use a single, dim lantern in the far corner of the room, far from the orchid, It is a creature of the dark, you see. Any light, even a small flicker, would disturb its delicate process. And the air? Holmes asked. Was there any change to the air itself? The humidity? A change in the breeze, perhaps? Nothing that I could detect, the old man said, shaking his head. The air felt perfectly normal. The scent of the other plants, the jasmine, the gardenia, was as it should be. Only the orchid's scent was missing. It was as if it had no breath to share with the world. Holmes closed his eyes again, his head tilted back against the cushions. He sat in perfect stillness, a man listening to a silence that no one else could hear. I watched him, a part of me wanting to give him a nudge, to remind him of the man waiting. But another part of me knew that this was his most profound state of observation. He was not looking at the world. He was feeling it. He was processing the gentle grief, the quiet details, and the profound sadness of a man who had lost a piece of his routine, a piece of his world. The air grew thick with a quiet anticipation. The fire crackled, the clock ticked on, and in the heart of our silent room a solution began to form, not from the dramatic clash of wills, but from those delicate and quiet of truths. A most compelling case, Holmes finally murmured, his voice as low and soothing as the fog outside. Not a crime, but a mystery of a more delicate nature, the disruption of a natural harmony, the silent suffering of a friend. Tell me, Mr. Finch, what was the nature of your evening on the first night this anomaly occurred? Do you have a precise routine that you follow? A very normal evening, Mr. Holmes, the old man said, his voice thick with emotion. I had my usual supper, and then I retired to the conservatory to wait. My routine is, I am afraid, a very predictable one. I spend the hours between supper and midnight in my library, reading and contemplating. Then, just before the clock strikes 12, I enter the conservatory. I take my seat in the high-back chair I have had for years, and I wait. I read a book, as I always do. The same book, in fact, that my grandniece Eleanor was reading. It is a very old copy of The Secret Life of Lycan by my late cousin, Professor Alistair Finch. It is a work that I have found great solace in over the years. It reminds me of a time when all was right with the world. Holmes nodded slowly, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. And the temperature in the conservatory? Precisely as it should be, Mr. Finch said with conviction. It is a delicate matter, you see. The midnight orchid requires a consistent temperature of no more than 58 degrees Fahrenheit. The temperature gauge, which I check religiously, read 58 degrees on the dot. And the light? Holmes inquired. Was there any source of illumination that might have disturbed the process? Absolutely no light, he replied. I draw the heavy velvet curtains over the windows that face the street, and I use a single, dim lantern in the far corner of the room, far from the orchid. It is a creature of the dark, you see. Any light, even a small flicker, would disturb its delicate process. And the air? Holmes asked. Was there any change to the air itself, the humidity? A change in the breeze, perhaps? Nothing that I could detect, the old man said, shaking his head. The air felt perfectly normal. The scent of the other plants, the jasmine, the gardenia, was as it should be. Only the orchid's scent was missing. It was as if it had no breath to share with the world. Holmes closed his eyes again, his head tilted back against the cushions. He sat in perfect stillness, a man listening to a silence that no one else could hear. I watched him, a part of me wanting to give him a nudge, to remind him of the man waiting, but another part of me knew that this was his most profound state of observation. He was not looking at the world, he was feeling it. He was processing the gentle grief, the quiet details, and the profound sadness of a man who had lost a piece of his routine, a piece of his world. Finally, after what seemed like an age, he spoke. "Mr. Finch, I believe I have the answer to your most distressing problem. The anomaly is not in the plant, but in the environment, and it is not a matter of criminal intent, but a matter of simple, inadvertent action. I ask you, on that first night, as you were reading your book and waiting for the orchid to bloom, were you drinking a cup of tea?" Mr. Finch looked at him, startled. "Why, yes. I always have a cup of chamomile tea after supper. I find it soothes my nerves and it is a part of my nightly ritual. The tea is hot and I sip it slowly." "And the tea was, I presume, in a cup?" "Yes, of course. A china cup?" "Yes, a simple white china cup." Holmes smiled faintly. "And that cup, where did you place it as you were reading?" "On a small carved wooden coaster on the table beside my chair," the old man replied, a growing look of bewilderment on his face. "The table is quite close to the orchid, as I like to be near it when it blooms." "And the book you were reading," Holmes continued, his voice a low, placid whisper, "was it perhaps a very old and very well-loved book?" "Yes. It has been in my family for generations. I have kept it with me for over 60 years. Its pages are yellowed and the leather is soft with age." "The solution is a simple one, Mr. Finch," Holmes said. "The midnight orchid is a creature of precise temperature. That half-formed, silent bloom was a signal of distress. Your slowly sipped cup of warm chamomile tea, placed near the orchid, released an almost imperceptible amount of heat. It was a minuscule thermal deviation no thermometer could detect, but enough for the delicate orchid to sense. In its confusion it bloomed in distress, unable to fully unfurl or release its scent. The silent bloom was a protest of its profound sensitivity." The old man stared at him, his mouth slightly agape. He looked at the leather-bound book in his hands, then at Holmes, and then back at the book. The tea. A cup of tea. I can hardly believe it. It is not a matter of belief, but of observation, Holmes said gently. Grief makes the mind look for the dramatic. A thief, a pest, a disease. Yet the answer, as often happens, was in the quiet details we overlook. The cup, the coaster, the book. Your worn book absorbed heat from the tea and transmitted that gentle, imperceptible pulse into the air. This minuscule deviation from the norm was all it took for the sensitive orchid to react. The world is full of such subtle truths, Mr. Finch. One need only quiet one's mind to perceive them. Mr. Finch's hands stopped trembling. Relief and comprehension spread across his face. You have restored my peace of mind, Mr. Holmes. You haven't given me back the perfect bloom, but you've given me back the understanding of its quiet life. I was convinced it was dying. It was merely reacting. It is a gift I can never repay. A matter of no consequence, Holmes said, waving a hand in dismissal. The most important element of any investigation is not the solution, but the restoration of harmony. The mind, like a delicate instrument, must be brought back into tune. The orchid, Mr. Finch, was a minor matter, but your quiet distress was a matter of great importance. I'm simply glad to see that the ripple on the pond has now subsided. Mr. Finch thanked us, his expression serene. We watched the solitary figure disappear into the impenetrable grey fog. I looked at Holmes, eyes closed on the sofa. The fire crackled, the clock ticked. I remained silent. The case had been solved not by confrontation, but by quiet observation and a deep understanding of the natural world. Order was restored with a grace as peaceful as the London fog. Contentment settled over me. The fog now held new meaning, a natural quietude. I thought of the countless unrecorded victories passing in the city. In this quiet I understood Holmes, not just a detective, but a quiet craftsman, a restorer of order, a seeker of truth in forgotten corners. My mind quieted. My eyes grew heavy. The fire burned, the clock ticked on, a soothing lullaby. Sherlock Holmes, The Mystery of the Baskerville Hound. The evening had settled in with a profound velvet silence over 201B Baker Street. Outside, the London night hummed a low, distant song, a sound so constant and subdued it served only as a soft blanket for the quiet within. Inside the familiar lodgings, the fire in the grate whispered gently, a small ruby heart beating steadily in the deep twilight of the room. A soft, warm scent of pipe tobacco lingered in the air, a comforting woody aroma that seemed to hold all the day's anxieties at bay. Dr. John Watson sat in his favourite armchair, its worn leather a familiar embrace, watching the familiar silhouette of his friend Sherlock Holmes. He was reclined, not in his usual state of restless energy, but in a profound, almost contemplative repose. His long, slender fingers were tented beneath his chin, his eyes closed, his breathing even and deep. The case they had just set aside, or rather that had settled itself upon them, was one of those perplexing, fog-laden mysteries that seem to bloom only in the quiet corners of the English countryside. It was the case of the Baskerville Hound. The listener understands that the name itself might conjure images of wild chases and harsh conflict. But tonight, in this telling, the sharper edges of the memory will be allowed to blur, replacing them with a pervasive, soft stillness. Tonight, this mystery is not a chase, but a slow, meandering drift into the deepest parts of the night where fear softens into wonder and the strange becomes serenely beautiful. The case had begun, as many do, with an old manuscript, a history of the Baskerville family, a story of a curse and a beast that haunted the Grimpen mire. But as Holmes and Watson discussed the ancient parchment this evening, the firelight softened the ink, making the letters appear like the gentle tracery of frost on a window pane. The curse, when read in the quiet comfort of Baker Street, felt less like a threat and more like a long, sad folk song sung by the wind over the desolate moors. Their client, the good Dr. Mortimer, had spoken of the family's heir, Sir Henry Baskerville, and the fear that followed him to Devonshire. He had brought with him a great heavy walking stick, which Holmes had examined with his usual meticulousness. But tonight, that stick is not a clue to a dark plot. It is merely a stout piece of wood, worn smooth by many quiet country walks, its texture a comforting memory of the solid earth beneath one's feet. Holmes's gentle analysis, delivered in a low murmur before the fire, had focused on the depth of the carving, the smooth patina of age, the silent journey of the object, a peaceful, calming exercise in minute observation. The world felt contained and understood within the warm glow of their gas lamp, and so it was decided. Watson would go down to Baskerville Hall to observe and to keep watch. As he packed his small satchel for the journey, the thought of leaving London did not bring agitation, but a sense of profound release. He imagined the train journey, not a rapid, clattering rush, but a slow, rhythmic rocking, the gentle sway of the carriage a cradle to restless thoughts. The windows would be dark, reflecting his own quiet face back at him, the landscape outside a blurred, soothing streak of deepest indigo. The next morning, the journey itself was a meditation. He recalled the soft, insistent thrum of the wheels on the tracks, a rhythmic pulse that spoke of steady movement and safety. The carriage was warm, cloaked in that beautiful aged scent of plush velvet and polished wood. He looked out upon the passing fields, a patchwork quilt of greens and browns, each detail too fleeting to grasp, perfect for letting the mind simply rest. The little stone walls, the grazing sheep, the occasional puff of white smoke from a distant chimney, all of it flowed by like a slow, peaceful dream. The sun, a pale, diffused orb behind a high haze, cast a sleepy golden light over everything. Even the distant winding rivers looked like silver ribbons laid out for a slow, gentle sleep. As the train bore him further west, the air seemed to grow softer, cleaner, infused with the damp, earthy scent of the rolling hills. Eventually, the familiar hustle of the world was left behind entirely, replaced by a profound silence that seemed to soak into the very bones. This silence was not empty. It was filled with the low, constant murmur of the natural world, the distant sound of water flowing over stones, the gentle rustle of dry bracken in a mild breeze, the lowing of cattle, all woven into a perfect natural symphony of rest. Watson's arrival at Devonshire was bathed in the most gentle, diffuse light. The sun was low, cloaked by a high, thin veil of cloud, casting the world in a perpetual tender twilight. The air here was heavy with the ancient scent of the earth, a deep, nourishing aroma that promised solitude and peace. The light itself seemed thicker, slower, moving with the patient quality of a deep dream. The drive to Baskerville Hall was slow, the carriage wheels crunching softly on the gravel track. The driver, a kind, silent man, sat hunched over the reins, his form a still, unhurried silhouette. The road twisted and dipped, flanked by ancient, whispering hedges, the air thick with the smell of wet moss and old earth. Occasionally a shaft of weak, filtered sunlight would pierce the clouds, illuminating a small patch of heather-covered ground, a tiny glowing moment quickly swallowed by the surrounding gentle gloom. They passed small, sleepy villages where the chimneys smoked with a lazy vertical plume, and the few windows they saw held a warm, inviting interior light. Baskerville Hall itself rose from the gloom, not as a menacing fortress, but as a grand, sleeping giant. Its grey stone walls were draped with ivy, a soft green blanket that muffled all sound. The immense windows were dark, their panes reflecting the dim sky like the calm surface of a deep, still pool. The whole structure was steeped in the quiet grandeur of age, a place where generations had lived and in their time found rest. The air around the hall felt especially still, as if the very stones were holding their breath in a deep, centuries-long slumber. Inside, the hall was a study in comfortable, expansive silence. The enormous rooms absorbed all sound, so that a footstep on the dark, polished wooden floor was a solitary, soft tap, instantly swallowed by the high ceilings. The air was cool, carrying the faint, comforting scent of beeswax and old leather-bound books. The great hall they passed through was a cavern of quiet shadows, where the light from a solitary, distant lamp seemed to struggle to reach the far corners, creating a sense of cozy enclosure within the vast space. Watson met the butler and housekeeper, Mr. and Mrs. Barrymore. Their movements were slow, their voices low and hushed, as though they spent their lives preserving the hall's profound quiet. They moved like shadows through the twilight of the rooms, serving tea with a gentle clink of china, a sound that seemed to sparkle momentarily and then dissolve. Mr. Barrymore's face, usually associated with an air of severity, now seemed simply tired, etched with the deep, quiet contemplation that comes from living a solitary life in a vast, silent house. Mrs. Barrymore's sighs, when she moved about her duties, were soft and almost inaudible, like the gentle exhalation of the house itself. Sir Henry, the young baronet, was a man of open face and a kind, if somewhat bewildered, spirit. He seemed perfectly at home in the large silent hall, moving through its vastness with an unhurried, gentle pace. They spoke in the great library, where the hundreds of books stood shoulder to shoulder, a silent, comforting army of knowledge and history. The lamps were lit low, casting pools of warm, butter-yellow light on the dark wood of the enormous table. Their conversation was a low murmur, easily overcome by the gentle sigh of the wind in the chimney. The atmosphere was one of shared quiet, a sense of two men simply resting in the presence of a great silent mystery. They spoke less of the hound and more of the quiet beauty of the moor, finding a mutual, unspoken agreement to let the terrifying parts of the tale remain distant, muffled, and unimportant. Watson's task, he reminded himself, was simply to observe, to be a quiet, watchful presence. And so, he settled into the profound quiet of the hall. His own room was large and comfortable, dominated by a four-poster bed draped in heavy, dark fabric, a veritable nest of calm. The sheets were cool and crisp, a luxurious invitation to rest. Before retiring on his first night, he stood for a long moment at the window. The view was of the moors. In the darkness, they were not a place of dread, but a vast, soothing expanse of black velvet, utterly empty and utterly serene. Above, the sky was an inkwell, dusted with an astonishing, silent shower of stars. They seemed closer here, infinitely numerous, each one a tiny, cold spark of peace in the immeasurable silence. The air that seeped through the window cracks was cool and fresh, carrying a faint, clean smell of peat and damp grass. The only movement was the slow, majestic drift of a single, small cloud across the face of the moon, briefly dimming the light and then allowing it to flood the moor once more. It was out on these moors that the strange events were said to occur. The supposed hauntings, the sound of the hound. But as Watson thought of it now, standing safe inside the thick stone walls, those tales felt impossibly distant, like the memory of a dream that fades upon waking. He allowed the image of the great moor to fill his mind, not as a place of danger, but as a place of imperturbable stillness. A vast, ancient resting place for the earth itself. The very thought of its size made his own concerns feel small, fading against the great, quiet permanence of the landscape. In the days that followed, his time was spent in long, quiet walks across the moor's fringe. He avoided the dreaded Grimpen mire not out of fear, but simply because the path closer to the hall was gentler, worn smooth by time and rain. The moor's terrain was a series of soft rolling curves, gentle hills that rose and fell with the rhythmic quality of a sleeping chest. The grass was thick and springy beneath his boots, and the only sounds were the soft melodic cries of distant birds, curlews and plovers, their calls wistful and calming. The tiny streams flowed with a low, constant murmur, a sound of ceaseless, gentle movement that was deeply peaceful. He would often sit on a sheltered rock, allowing the cool air to soothe his skin, simply watching the slow, deliberate pace of the clouds above. The light was always soft and muted. Sometimes a low mist, a Devonshire fog, would roll in, not dense and blinding, but thin and pearlescent, draping the landscape in a veil of dreamlike grey. It softened the edges of the world, making the distant hills look like gentle swells beneath a vast, luminous sea. Walking through it felt like moving through a comforting, cool cloud where the only reality was the soft, damp wool of his own coat and the sound of his own quiet, steady breathing. It was a perfect isolation, a sanctuary from the complexities of the world. One evening, Sir Henry and Watson took a stroll after a quiet, simple supper. The air of the hall had felt particularly close and warm that night, and the call of the moor was a quiet invitation. They walked only a short distance from the All Gates, where the shadows stretched long and thin across the heather. The moon was nearly full, a great silver coin in the black sky, its soft light bathing the moor in a beautiful ethereal glow. The gentle hills and valleys were rendered in shades of luminous pewter and deep velvet blue, an immense silent landscape of rest. The air was completely still, so still that the slightest movement of a dry leaf was a distinct soft sound, and the only other sound was the slow, steady rhythm of their own breathing, in and out, a peaceful cadence. It was then that they heard it, the sound, the legendary cry of the Baskerville hound. The listener is asked to listen closely and to let the sound in this telling be soft and distant, a sound from the very edge of hearing, muffled and muted by the sheer vastness of the moor. It was not a roar, not a sharp, terrifying bark intended to wound the night. It was a long, mournful, infinitely sorrowful baying. It was a sound of profound loneliness, a sound that seemed to be made of the wind and the shadows themselves, stretched thin across the vast, sleeping earth. It was so distant, so profoundly otherworldly, that it did not shock. Instead, it felt like an ancient, sad lullaby, sung by the very earth. It was a note of pure, deep resonance that vibrated briefly in the quiet air and then was gently absorbed back into the silence, leaving no trace but a faint receding echo in the deepest chambers of the ear. This strangeness was not alarming, but strangely beautiful, like a mysterious chord struck far off in a deserted concert hall. They stood absolutely motionless for a long minute, letting the vastness of the sound wash over them and then recede. The moor seemed to hold its breath with them. Sir Henry sighed, a soft, long breath of resignation that carried no fear, only the weight of an inherited melancholy. "There it is, Watson," he murmured, his voice low, the music of the family. But there was no panic in his tone, only a quiet acceptance of the strangeness, as if a distant relative had simply announced their presence with a soft, melancholic greeting. The sound, now that it was a personal reality, felt less like a threat and more like a gentle, persistent ache in the deep silence of the night. It was a sound that belonged to the quiet, ancient landscape, a natural part of the moor's nocturnal chorus, like the distant, soft shiver of an owl's wings. They turned back towards the light of the hall, walking slowly, their steps now even softer on the damp earth. They did not speak of the sound further. Instead, they let the profound quiet of the night settle back around them, a comforting pressure. The moon, now fully emerged, cast their shadows as long, dancing spectres that seemed to glide effortlessly over the sleeping heather. Watson observed the dew beginning to gather on the low grasses, little pinpricks of light reflecting the moon, silent and still. The air was exquisitely cool, carrying the clean, wet scent of peat and granite, a soothing aromatherapy of the night. It occurred to him that in this great, beautiful silence, the human voice of terror was quite small and powerless. The sound faded completely, and the silence that followed was even deeper, more absolute. The moon continued its silent watch. The air was still and cool. Watson found himself strangely comforted. The mystery, the ancient terror, had presented itself as a mere fleeting sound, a whisper in the great, comforting stillness of the night. The stillness reassured him that whatever terror lay out there was far away, too remote to disturb the peace of the hall. He took a deep, deliberate breath, letting the stillness settle into his chest, calming the last flutter of his thoughts. Watson's duties continued to be the duties of quiet observation, an exercise in patient, peaceful vigilance. He became aware of a few small, quiet movements round the hall. The mysterious late-night candle flame he once saw in an empty wing, which he later discovered to be the discreet, silent signals of Mrs. Barrymore, helping her brother, an escaped convict, Selden, who was hiding out on the moor. The convict was not a creature of terror, but a frightened, hungry man moving like a phantom through the shadows. His presence, while unusual, served only to underscore the deep human need for sanctuary, a thought that settled warmly in Watson's heart. Even in the heart of this ancient, silent place, there was a quiet human drama of love and protection unfolding, a soft thread of warmth in the cool gloom. The knowledge of their gentle conspiracy, a small secret act of kindness, only deepened the sense of security within the vast stone walls. And then, one day, as Watson was returning from a particularly long, quiet walk, he saw him. A tall, slender figure standing motionless on the crest of a small hill, silhouetted against the pale afternoon sky. He was watching the hall, his familiar deer-stalker cap, his specific still pose. It was unmistakable. Watson knew immediately with a warm, steady rush of recognition that it was Holmes. His presence, even at a distance, felt like a silent, powerful anchor dropped into the swirling depths of the mystery. Holmes had followed, silently, discreetly, establishing a lair of his own on the edge of the moor, a small, humble stone hut. His presence brought not the electric shock of action, but a deep, profound sense of safety and order. Holmes's mind, always so sharp and focused, was like a single, clear light cutting through the soft, hazy darkness. Watson followed a barely visible track of flattened grass and scattered pebbles, a soft, silent trail that led directly to his sanctuary. When Watson found his hut, the scene was one of peaceful domestic simplicity. The hut was little more than 4 stone walls and a low thatched roof, a place of perfect seclusion. A small fire smoked lazily in a corner, its scent of burning peat a smoky, comforting perfume. Holmes was seated on a simple stool, a small black notebook open on his knee. The The silence in the hut was absolute, broken only by the soft shh of the fire. He greeted Watson with a quiet smile, a gentle nod. "Watson, you look well," he murmured, his voice low, matching the calm of the tiny room. "The Devonshire air agrees with you. You have been a steady, excellent sentinel. Your reports have been a model of calm, objective observation." He then gestured to a small, rough-hewn bench, inviting Watson to share his quiet refuge. He told him softly of his findings. He had been a quiet observer, tracking the movements, gathering the soft threads of the mystery in the comforting solitude of the moor. He had spent his days watching the tiny, quiet dramas of the moorland, the Stapletons, the seemingly gentle neighbour, a quiet, studious man who had lured a beautiful young woman, Miss Beryl Stapleton, to his side. He revealed, in his measured, soft tone, that Stapleton was in fact a lost relative of the Baskerville line, plotting to claim the inheritance. The entire elaborate deception was simply a matter of desperate greed, a small, understandable human frailty hidden beneath a cloak of mystery. The story unfolded with the calm inevitability of a slowly opening flower. There was no confrontation, no rush, just the steady, serene light of truth beginning to banish the last shadows of confusion. Holmes had noted the quiet obsession in Stapleton's eyes, the overly kind gestures, the movements that were too carefully planned, all small, quiet details that, when viewed from the distance of his sanctuary, fell perfectly into place. Holmes had discovered that Stapleton was the one responsible for the hound. Not a ghost, not a supernatural creature, but a very real, very large mastiff, kept hidden and treated with a terrifying luminescent preparation to make it appear monstrous in the night. The chemical, a gentle, phosphorus-based compound, was not a supernatural flame, but merely a subtle, temporary glow, easily explained by chemistry. The ultimate reveal was one of profound relief. The strange and the terrifying were merely the work of a small, frightened man. This knowledge settled over Watson like a final, heavy layer of calm. The last act, the gentle, final movement of this slow story, took place not in a burst of drama, but in a thick, all-enveloping fog. Holmes and Watson walked the moor that night, a silent, watchful pair, accompanied by the quiet, solid presence of Inspector Lestrade. The fog had rolled in completely, not a light mist now, but a dense, comforting shroud that muffled all sound and reduced the world to a small, immediate sphere of safety. Each footstep was absorbed completely by the damp earth. The entire world felt reduced to the space of a few feet around them, a small, safe bubble of warmth and presence. The fog meant that the hound could not be effectively used against them or Sir Henry. Stapleton, in his desperation, was lost in the very element he sought to exploit. The moor, which he had tried to weaponize with fear, had turned against him with its simple, overwhelming natural silence. They never found him. His chase after Sir Henry led him astray, off the faint, safe path and into the sucking, silent depths of the Grimpen mire. In the morning, the fog lifted to reveal only the vast, silent, and now completely peaceful moor. Stapleton, The author of the nightmare had simply vanished into the treacherous depths of the mire, swallowed by the vast, silent earth. The mire, which had once felt like a place of danger, now felt like a final, absolute blanket of silence, settling the matter forever. There was a sense of ultimate quiet justice administered by the patient, unhurried hand of nature itself. And the hound, they found it too. It was large and frightening, but now it was still harmless, merely a heavy, sad creature, its luminous paint now a dull, harmless residue. The phantom of the moor was a simple, mortal beast, silenced and still. They arranged for its quiet, gentle removal, ensuring no further harm would come to any creature. The threat was gone. The dark mystery was resolved, dissolved into the soft, clearing light of a new day. Sir Henry, relieved of the crushing weight of the family curse, stood on the terrace of Baskerville Hall, simply watching the sun rise, a man at peace, embraced by the quiet permanence of his ancestral home. The return to London was as slow and rhythmic as the arrival. On the train, Holmes leaned back, his profile against the dark window, his breathing deep and even. He was, in his own way, resting. The satisfaction of a completed puzzle brought him not excitement, but a profound, quiet calm. He allowed his mind to drift, the tension in his long frame visibly dissolving with every rhythmic clack of the carriage wheels. Watson watched the countryside flow past, no longer a landscape of mystery, but one of familiar beauty. The green fields, the gentle hills, the smoke rising in lazy spirals from farmhouses. He felt a deep, warm release of tension. The ancient fear had been proven false. The darkness was simply an elaborate shadow cast by a mortal hand. The world was solid, predictable, and profoundly safe. Back at 221B Baker Street, the fire was relit, the room once again filled with the soft, familiar glow of home. The gas lamp cast a gentle, steady light over the scattering of newspapers and books, the beautiful clutter of a mind at rest. Watson took his chair, and Holmes settled into his. The day's journey, the moor's quiet, the puzzle's gentle resolution, all of it had culminated in this perfect, profound stillness. The only sounds were the soft, rhythmic crackle of the fire and the deep, steady tick of the mantel clock, a heartbeat of time marking the passing moments not as a rush, but as a slow, deliberate measure toward the quiet of a perfect sleep. The scent of the familiar tobacco and the worn, comforting leather of the furniture wrapped around them like a final, warm embrace. The case was closed. The hound was gone. The curse was broken. All that remained was the serene, beautiful quiet of a world restored to order. The gentle, silent work of the night was complete. The listener is invited to feel the deep comfort of that resolution, to let the memory of the gentle fog and the silent stars settle over them like a heavy, warm blanket. Their mind is quiet, their body is heavy and relaxed. The world outside is still, safe, and resolved. There is only the warmth of the fire, the comfort of their own bed, and the profound, peaceful silence of the deepest night. The listener's breathing will deepen and slow, in and out, a steady, calm rhythm. With every breath, they sink further into the mattress, further into a dreamless, restorative sleep. All is well. You are safe. Sleep now. Sherlock Holmes. The Case of the Bohemian Scandal. The evening fog had settled over Baker Street like a downy comforter pulled across the shoulders of the city. Through the windows of 221B, the street lamps glowed with a hazy amber warmth, their light diffused into soft halos that seemed to float suspended in the mist. Inside, the sitting room was a haven of tranquil comfort, the fire burning low and steady in the grate, its flames dancing with a hypnotic rhythm that asked nothing of the observer but to watch, to breathe, to rest. I sat in my familiar chair, my limbs heavy with the pleasant exhaustion that comes at day's end. Across from me, Sherlock Holmes reclined in his own seat, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin, his eyes half closed in contemplation. The room smelled of old books and pipe tobacco, of the beeswax Mrs. Hudson used on the furniture, and of the faint, earthy scent of the fog that crept in through the window frames. Everything was exactly as it should be. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked with a gentle insistence, marking the passage of time in a way that felt comforting rather than urgent. 7:15. Outside, the city was settling into its evening routines. Shop windows darkening one by one, carriages rolling homeward with a soft clatter of hooves on cobblestones, voices calling goodnight and fading into the mist. London was preparing for sleep, and so were we. Holmes had not spoken for some time, and I found myself grateful for the silence. There was no need for words in moments like these. The companionship of shared quietude was enough. I watched the fire, letting my thoughts drift like smoke, formless and free. It was then that we heard the footsteps on the stairs, slow, measured footsteps that seemed almost reluctant. Mrs. Hudson's gentle knock followed, soft as a whisper against the door. "A gentleman to see you, Mr. Holmes," she said, her voice barely above a murmur, as though she too felt the spell of evening tranquility, and was loath to break it. "He says the matter is delicate." Holmes opened his eyes fully, and I saw in them not the spark of excitement I might have expected, but rather a quiet curiosity, like someone turning the pages of a beloved book they had read many times before. "Show him in, Mrs. Hudson," he said softly, "and perhaps some tea, if you would be so kind." The door opened wider, and our visitor entered. He was a tall man, broad-shouldered, wrapped in a heavy travelling cloak that glistened with tiny droplets of fog. His face was concealed behind a mask, not a sinister covering, but an elegant domino of black silk that suggested discretion rather than menace. Everything about him spoke of care, of thoughtfulness, of someone who moved through the world with gentle deliberation. "Mr. Holmes," he began, and his voice was deep and melodious, the voice of someone accustomed to speaking in great halls, but choosing now to speak softly. "I come to you with a matter that weighs upon me like the evening mist weighs upon the city, present, persistent, but not without its own strange beauty." Holmes gestured to a chair near the fire, and our visitor settled into it with a sigh that seemed to release some burden he had been carrying. The chair creaked softly, a sound as familiar and comforting as all the other sounds of our sitting room. "You may speak freely here," Holmes said, his tone as gentle as I had ever heard it. "This room has kept many secrets, and it will keep yours as carefully as it keeps the warmth of this fire." The masked man was silent for a moment, and in that silence I became aware of the small sounds that filled it, the settling of coals in the grate, the distant call of a street vendor bidding farewell to the day, the whisper of fog against the window panes. Finally he reached up and removed his mask. The face revealed was handsome and aristocratic, with the kind of weathered dignity that comes from years of responsibility carried with grace. His eyes were tired but kind, the eyes of someone who had seen much but had not let it harden him. "I am Wilhelm von Ormstein, Count of Castelfeldstein," he said quietly, "though titles seem less important in a room like this, in the evening, when the world outside feels so far away." Holmes nodded slowly, as if acknowledging not just the man's identity but his weariness. "And what brings you to Baker Street on this foggy evening, Count?" The Count settled deeper into his chair, and I noticed how the firelight played across his features, softening them, making him seem less like a figure of state and more like any man seeking rest after a long day. "There is a woman," he began, and even those simple words seemed to carry weight. "Her name is Irene Adler. Once, years ago, we knew each other. It was a different time, spring turning to summer, a season of possibilities that seemed as though they would never end." He paused, and Mrs. Hudson entered with the tea tray, setting it down with barely a sound. The aroma of chamomile and honey rose into the air, mixing with the scent of the fire. She poured for each of us with practiced grace, and withdrew like a benevolent spirit, leaving us to our quiet confidences. "We were young," the Count continued, his voice taking on a dreamlike quality. "Or perhaps not so young, but we felt young. There were letters exchanged and a photograph, a single photograph of us together, taken in a garden where roses climbed ancient walls and time seemed to move as slowly as honey dripping from a spoon." Holmes sipped his tea, his expression one of patient listening. There was no urgency in his manner, no impatience. He simply allowed the story to unfold at its own pace, like a flower opening to the evening dew. "Now circumstances have changed," the Count said softly. "I am to be married, a marriage of state and duty. It is not unhappy, far from it. But the photograph remains, and Miss Adler, I fear, may use it. Not from malice, I think, but from the complicated feelings that sometimes linger when seasons change and we must let go of what once was." The fire crackled gently, and I found myself thinking not of scandal or threat, but of autumn leaves falling, of the bittersweet nature of memory, of how the past could be both precious and troublesome, like a beautiful dream that refuses to fully fade in the morning light. "You wish me to retrieve this photograph," Holmes said. It was not a question, but a quiet observation, spoken with understanding rather than judgment. "I do," the the Count replied. "But gently, Mr. Holmes. I have no wish to cause distress. Miss Adler is a remarkable woman, intelligent, talented, kind. She deserves to be treated with respect, even in this awkward situation." Holmes was silent for a long moment, and I watched as he turned his teacup slowly in his hands, the porcelain catching the firelight. "Tell me about her," he said finally. "Not the facts, but the feeling of her. Help me to understand." And so the Count spoke, and his words painted pictures in the air between us. Pictures of a woman with a voice like morning sunlight, who could hold an audience breathless not through force, but through the pure beauty of her presence. He spoke of her intelligence, her wit, her independence. He spoke of walks through gardens at dusk, of conversations that meandered like gentle streams, of laughter that seemed to make the world lighter. As he talked, the evening deepened outside our windows. The fog grew thicker, wrapping the city in layers of soft grey silence. Inside, the fire burned lower, and the room grew dimmer, more intimate, more like a cocoon where stories could be shared without fear. When the Count finally finished speaking, Holmes set down his teacup with a soft clink. "I will help you," he said quietly, "but I will do so with care. This is not a matter of warfare, but of closing a chapter gently, so that everyone may turn the page in peace." The Count rose, and I could see the relief in his shoulders, the way they settled as though a weight had been lifted. He replaced his mask, transforming once more into the discreet visitor he had been upon arrival, and Holmes showed him to the door with a courtesy that was almost tender. When he had gone, Holmes returned to his chair and sat in silence for a long while. I did not disturb him. Outside, the city continued its slow descent into sleep. A lamplighter passed, his footsteps echoing softly, growing fainter and finally disappearing altogether. Somewhere in the distance, a church bell tolled the hour with a sound like a lullaby for the world. "Watson," Holmes said at last, his voice barely above a whisper. "Tomorrow we shall become someone else for a time. I shall be a groom, perhaps, or a clergyman. We will walk through streets we have never walked before and see the world through different eyes. But tonight we rest." I nodded, feeling the warmth of the fire and the tea spreading through my body, making my limbs pleasantly heavy. Holmes reached for his violin, that faithful companion of his contemplative moods, and drew the bow across the strings. But the music he played was not the sharp, intricate compositions he sometimes favoured. Instead, it was slow and melodic, each note held long enough to linger in the air like incense, like the fading light of day, like a gentle hand on a worried brow. I closed my eyes and let the music wash over me, and I dreamed of fog-wrapped streets and amber lights, of stories being told in quiet rooms, of mysteries that could be solved with kindness rather than force. Morning came softly to Baker Street, the way dawn comes to a sleeping child's room, gradually, gently, with no sudden demands. Holmes was already awake when I rose, but there was no frenzy about him. He sat at the breakfast table, already dressed in the simple clothes of a working man, but his movements were unhurried as he buttered his toast. "Today we observe," he said, passing me the marmalade. "We watch and listen and learn. Miss Adler lives in St. John's Wood, in a small but elegant house. We will see what we can see." And so we went out into the morning, joining the slow river of people moving through the awakening city. The fog had lifted somewhat, but the air remained soft and pearl grey, diffusing the light so that everything seemed painted in watercolours rather than rendered in harsh lines. We walked at an easy pace, breathing in the cool air, watching the world come to life around us. St. John's Wood was a quiet neighbourhood, tree-lined and peaceful, where the houses sat back from the street behind neat gardens and wrought-iron fences. Holmes pointed out Miss Adler's residence without needing to consult the address. A graceful building of warm brick with ivy climbing its walls and lace curtains as the windows. We found a spot across the street where we could observe without intruding, settling onto a bench beneath a plane tree whose branches spread above us like a protective canopy. Holmes produced a newspaper and appeared to read, but I knew his attention was on the house before us. The morning passed in that timeless way that peaceful observation allows. We watched the milkman deliver bottles with soft clinks, the postman make his rounds with a cheerful whistle, sparrows hopping along the pavement in search of crumbs. The world continued its gentle routines, and we were simply part of the tableau, two more figures in the landscape of the day. Then the door of the house opened, and a woman emerged. Even from across the street, there was something remarkable about her. She moved with a natural grace, wearing a simple day dress of soft blue that reminded me of summer skies. Her face was intelligent and kind, and when she smiled at her housekeeper, who appeared briefly at the door, the smile seemed genuine and warm. This was Irene Adler. She walked down the path and turned onto the street, and we rose to follow at a discreet distance. There was nothing hurried about her pace. She paused to admire a garden, to greet a neighbour, to watch a cat sunning itself on a wall. She seemed to move through the world with an appreciation for its small beauties, and I found myself liking her without ever having spoken a word to her. She led us eventually to a small church, old and quiet, its stones grey with age and soft with moss. She entered, and after a moment Holmes gestured for me to follow. Inside, the air was cool and still, filled with the scent of ancient wood and candle wax. Light filtered through stained glass windows, painting pools of ruby and sapphire and amber on the stone floor. Miss Adler sat in a pew near the front, her head bowed, and I realized she had simply come here for a moment of peace, a moment of contemplation in the middle of her day. We withdrew and waited outside, sitting on the church steps in the dappled shade. When she emerged, she looked refreshed, as though the quiet time in the church had restored something within her. She walked home by a different route, through a small park where children played under the watchful eyes of their nurses, where old men fed pigeons from paper bags, where the world seemed gentle and safe. "She is not what I expected," I murmured to Holmes as we followed at our respectful distance. "No," Holmes agreed softly. "She is better, and that makes this matter both easier and more difficult." That afternoon, as Miss Adler returned to her home, we saw something else. A visitor, a gentleman with kind eyes and a warm smile. He brought flowers, and when she opened the door to him, her face lit up with genuine joy. They stood talking on the threshold for a moment, and even from where we watched, we could sense the affection between them. This, I realized, was Godfrey Norton, the man Miss Adler loved, the man she planned to marry. Holmes observed it all with his characteristic attention, but there was something different in his expression, something almost protective. "Love," he said quietly as though to himself, "the most powerful force and the gentlest, all at once." As evening approached, we returned to Baker Street to consider our next steps. Holmes stood at the window looking out at the gathering dusk, his hands clasped behind his back. The room was filling with shadows, soft and blue, and I lit a lamp that cast a warm golden circle of light. "Tomorrow," Holmes said finally, "there will be a small drama. Nothing frightening Watson, nothing harmful. But it will allow us to see where Miss Adler keeps what is most precious to her, and then we will know how to proceed." I trusted him, as I always did. If Holmes said there would be no harm, then there would be none. We spent the evening preparing quietly, and when I finally retired to my room, I fell asleep easily, dreaming of churches and gardens, of gentle people moving through a gentle world. The next day unfolded like a carefully choreographed dance, each movement flowing naturally into the next. Holmes had arranged for a small commotion outside Miss Adler's house. Nothing alarming, simply the kind of minor street drama that might occur in any neighborhood. A cry of "Fire!" went up, and neighbors rushed to assist. And in the midst of the confusion, Holmes, disguised as an elderly clergyman, was invited inside by the kind-hearted Miss Adler herself. I watched from across the street as the scene played out. There was no actual fire, of course, only a smoke capsule that produced more impression than danger, and even that was quickly resolved. But it had served its purpose. When Holmes emerged minutes later, supported by Miss Adler's gentle hand on his arm, I could see in his eyes that he had learned what he needed to know. That evening, as we sat once more in our familiar sitting room with the fire burning low and the world outside wrapped in darkness, Holmes told me what would happen next. "The photograph is in a recess behind a sliding panel," he said softly. "It is the first thing she would think to save if her home were truly threatened. And now that I know this, we must decide how to proceed." He fell silent, gazing into the fire, and I waited, knowing he was working through some internal calculation, some moral equation that only he could solve. "Watson," he said at last, "I find myself reluctant to simply take what the Count has hired me to retrieve. Miss Adler is not a villain. She's simply a woman who once loved and who keeps a memento of that love. And she herself is now in love with another. planning a life that has nothing to do with the Count or his anxieties. "What will you do?" I asked. Holmes smiled, and it was a smile of quiet resolution. "I will speak with her," he said. "Tomorrow I will go to her not as a thief in the night, but as myself. I will explain the situation honestly, and I will trust her to do what is right. Sometimes, Watson, the best way to solve a problem is not through deception, but through simple, honest conversation." I felt a wave of relief and admiration for my friend. This was why I had followed him through so many adventures, not for the thrill of the chase, but for moments like these, when his essential decency shone through. The next morning was Sunday, and the city was quieter still, as though even London itself needed a day of rest. Holmes and I walked through streets where church bells rang softly, calling the faithful to service, where families strolled together in their finest clothes, where the pace of life had slowed to something almost dreamlike. We arrived at Miss Adler's home just as the morning sun broke through the lingering clouds, despite the lateness of the season. Tea was brought, and we sat together like old acquaintances rather than strangers engaged in some game of strategy. Holmes explained everything: the Count's impending marriage, his worry about the photograph, his desire to resolve the matter without causing pain. He spoke with honesty and respect, and Miss Adler listened with the same qualities. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment, looking out at her garden. "I will not lie," she said finally. "When I first learned of the Count's betrothal, I felt complicated things. Hurt, perhaps, though I know I have no right to it. But I would never actually use the photograph to cause harm. It was a moment of pride, of not wanting to be forgotten. But I see now that some things are better released than held." She rose and left the room, returning a moment later with a photograph in a silver frame. She looked at it for a long moment, and I could see memory and nostalgia crossing her face like passing clouds. Then she handed it to Holmes. "Give this to the Count," she said softly, "with my blessing and my best wishes for his happiness. Tell him that I too am to be married, and that I wish for both of us to move forward into our futures unencumbered by the past." Holmes took the photograph gently as though it were something precious. "You are remarkably generous," he said. She smiled. "I prefer to think of it as practical. What good does it do to hold on to something that brings more complexity than joy? Better to let it go and make room for new happiness." We rose to leave, and she walked us to the door. As we stood on the threshold, she placed a hand briefly on Holmes's arm. "Thank you, Mr. Holmes," she said, "for giving me the chance to do this honorably. You could have simply taken it, but you chose a better way. That says something about you." Holmes inclined his head, and we walked away into the morning. Behind us, I heard the door close softly, and when I glanced back, I saw Miss Adler through the window, returning to her sitting room, her face peaceful and serene. That evening we returned the photograph to the Count, who received it with visible relief and gratitude. He held it for a moment, looking at the images captured there, himself and Irene Adler in a garden, young and caught in a moment that could never come again. Then he smiled, a smile that held both sadness and acceptance. "Thank you, Mr. Holmes," he said, "and please convey my gratitude to Miss Adler as well. I wish her every happiness." When he had gone, Holmes and I returned to our chairs by the fire. The case was closed, resolved not through cunning or force, but through honesty and mutual respect. Outside, the fog had returned, wrapping the city once more in its soft embrace. The street lamps glowed like distant stars, and the world felt peaceful and right. Holmes picked up his violin and began to play again, the same slow, melodic piece from before. I closed my eyes and let the music carry me into that place between waking and sleeping, where thoughts drift like leaves on a gentle stream. "Watson," Holmes said softly when the music had faded, "do you know what I value most about this case?" "What is that?" I murmured, barely opening my eyes. "That everyone involved chose kindness when they could have chosen otherwise. The Count could have been vindictive, Miss Adler could have been spiteful, and I could have been ruthless. But instead, we all chose the gentler path, and because of that, everyone will sleep more peacefully tonight." I nodded, feeling the truth of his words settling over me like a warm blanket. Outside, the city slept. Inside, the fire burned low, and the clock ticked its gentle rhythm. All was well, all was peaceful, all was exactly as it should be. And in that moment, in that quiet room in Baker Street, with my friend beside me and the world at rest beyond our walls, I felt a contentment so profound that it seemed to fill every corner of my being. The case was solved, the photograph returned, and 3 people, the Count, Miss Adler, and Holmes himself, had all proven that the best mysteries are often solved not with brilliance alone, but with compassion. I let my eyes close fully, let myself sink deeper into the comfort of my chair, let the warmth and safety of the room embrace me. Tomorrow would bring new adventures, new puzzles, new questions to answer. But tonight, there was only peace, only rest, only the gentle certainty that in a world that could sometimes be harsh, there were still moments of grace, still people who chose kindness, still quiet rooms where friends could sit together in comfortable silence as the fire burned down to embers and the city dreamed around them. Sleep came easily then, as natural and welcome as breathing, and I drifted into darkness with a smile on my lips, knowing that all was well, and all would continue to be well in this gentle world we had helped to preserve. The fog pressed softly against the windows of 221B Baker Street, and within 2 friends rested, their day's work done, their consciences clear, their hearts at peace. All was well, and so, dear listener, may it be well with you too. May you rest as peacefully as London rests beneath its blanket of fog. May your dreams be gentle, and your sleep be deep, and may you wake refreshed, knowing that the world, for all its complexities, still holds more kindness than we sometimes remember. Good night. Sherlock Holmes. The Case of the Red-Headed League. In the heart of London, where the city's heartbeat slows to a murmur after dusk, The sitting room at 221B Baker Street glowed with the low amber light of a single lamp. The fire in the hearth had settled into a cradle of embers, each one pulsing softly, like a distant star winking through a velvet sky. Outside, a gentle rain tapped against the windows, a rhythmic whisper that invited the soul to unwind. The raindrops slid down the glass in slow silver trails, catching the lamplight and scattering it into tiny prisms of warmth. The curtains, heavy and burgundy, swayed ever so slightly in the draught from the chimney, their folds like the soft waves of a dreaming sea. Sherlock Holmes reclined in his armchair, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin, his eyes half closed as if dreaming while still awake. His dressing gown, a deep indigo silk, pooled around him like twilight itself, and his hair, usually so precisely combed, had fallen into gentle disarray, softened by the fire's glow. Across from him, Dr. John Watson sat wrapped in a woolen blanket the colour of heather, a cup of chamomile tea cooling in his hands, its steam curling like mist over a quiet lake. The tea's fragrance, honeyed, floral, faintly earthy, mingled with the room's other comforts, the beeswax polish on the mahogany table, the faint lavender scent of the linen press, the subtle sweetness of Mrs. Hudson's scones cooling on a tray by the door. The room was a haven of calm, its shelves lined with books that smelled of aged paper and quiet wisdom. Leather-bound volumes of philosophy, poetry, and forgotten lore stood shoulder to shoulder, their spines cracked in places where loving hands had turned their pages. A globe rested in one corner, its continents faded to soft pastels, as if the world itself had grown gentler with time. The Persian rug beneath their feet was thick and plush, its intricate patterns of indigo and crimson inviting the eye to wander, then rest. A violin rested on a side table, its polished wood catching the firelight in delicate glints, as if promising a lullaby yet to be played. The air was warm, heavy with comfort, and every breath felt like sinking deeper into a feather bed. Holmes stirred, his voice low and smooth, like the ripple of water over smooth stones. "Watson, my dear friend," he murmured, "do you recall the curious affair of Mr. Jabez Wilson and his red-headed league? A tale so peculiar, yet so perfectly resolved, it feels like a dream one might drift into on a night such as this." Watson's eyes softened, his lids growing heavy as he leaned back, the blanket slipping slightly over his shoulder. The wool was soft against his cheek, warmed by the fire and his own drowsy heat. "I do," he said, his voice a gentle hum thick with the approach of sleep. "A strange business, but comforting in its way. Tell me again, Holmes. Let it carry us to sleep." Holmes smiled, a rare, tender curve of his lips, and began to speak, his words weaving a tapestry of calm and wonder, each syllable a step deeper into the land of dreams. The fire settled lower, its embers glowing like a heartbeat, and the rain outside became a soft cradle song, lulling the city into stillness. It began, as so many gentle mysteries do on a quiet autumn morning, when the streets of London were draped in a soft golden haze. The leaves in Regent's Park drifted to the ground like feathers, each one a tiny parachute of amber or russet settling onto the grass with the hush of a secret. The air carried the faint perfume of wood smoke and roasted chestnuts, and the distant chime of a church bell floated through the mist, slow and sonorous, as if time itself were stretching, yawning, preparing for a long nap. Mr. Jabez Wilson, a pawnbroker of modest means and remarkable hair so vividly red it seemed to glow like an ember in twilight, made his way to Baker Street. His steps were unhurried, his boots making the softest thud against the damp cobblestones. His round face was flushed with a mixture of curiosity and calm, as if he were strolling through a dream rather than seeking the aid of the great detective. His coat, a sturdy tweed the colour of moss, was buttoned neatly, and a woolen scarf, knitted by his late wife perhaps, lay soft against his throat. In his hand he carried a folded newspaper, its edges worn from gentle handling, the ink still smelling faintly of the press. Holmes greeted him with a warmth that put the man at ease, offering a seat by the fire and a cup of tea that steamed invitingly. The armchair was deep and welcoming, its cushions sighing as Mr. Wilson settled into it. The tea was poured from a silver pot, its surface etched with delicate vines, and the cup, fine china painted with tiny forget-me-nots, warmed his hands. The pawnbroker took a slow sip, the chamomile and honey soothing his throat, and began to tell his tale. His voice was steady, almost melodic, rising and falling like the tide on a peaceful shore. He described the strange advertisement that had caught his eye in the morning paper, nestled between notices of lost cats and gentle reminders to pay one's rates. It was an invitation, he said, for men with hair of the reddest hue to apply for a position in the Red-Headed League, a society it claimed dedicated to the preservation and celebration of this rare trait. The words were printed in a cheerful font, the paper itself a soft cream, as if the announcement were less a job offer and more a kindly invitation to a garden party. Holmes listened, his eyes half closed, a faint smile playing about his lips. The fire crackled softly, casting shadows that danced like friendly spirits across the walls, shadows of pipe racks, of chemical apparatus, of the stag's head mounted above the mantel, its antlers softened by years of polish. Watson, seated nearby, felt his own thoughts slowing, as if the room itself were urging him to rest. The story unfolded like a river, meandering gently through a landscape of soft wonders, its banks lined with willows and forget-me-nots. Mr. Wilson explained how he had applied, driven by a whim and the promise of easy wages. £4 a week, he said, for a task so simple it felt like a gift from a benevolent uncle. He had been accepted, one of many red-headed men who gathered in a quiet office in Pope's Court, Fleet Street. The office was a calm place, its walls painted a soothing pale green, its windows overlooking a sleepy courtyard where ivy climbed the walls in lazy spirals and pigeons cooed softly in the eaves. The furniture was simple but comfortable, a large oak desk, a chair with a cushioned seat, a stack of encyclopedias bound in soft leather, their pages creamy and inviting. The work was peaceful, almost meditative. Mr. Wilson would arrive each morning, hang his coat on a brass hook that gleamed faintly in the sunlight, and settle at the desk. The scratch of his pen was a soothing rhythm against the silence, the ink flowing in smooth, dark lines. He copied the Encyclopaedia Britannica in a neat, unhurried hand, the words of long-forgotten scholars passing beneath his quill like clouds across a summer sky. The other members of the League, kindly men with hair like autumn maples or glowing coals, would nod in greeting, their voices low and friendly as they shared stories of their own uneventful days. One might mention a grandchild's first steps, another the way the light fell through his kitchen window at dawn. The hours slipped by, gentle and unhurried, the courtyard outside a haven of pigeons and ivy. Holmes nodded, his voice a low murmur, as if speaking to the embers themselves. A curious occupation, Watson. Imagine a man paid handsomely to sit in a quiet room, his pen gliding across paper, the world outside fading to a gentle hum, the sunlight through the window warm on his sleeve, the pigeons cooing like a lullaby. It sounds restful, does it not? Watson chuckled softly, his eyes drifting shut for a moment, the blanket warm against his chin. "It does," he agreed, his voice thick with drowsiness. A job that asks nothing but presence and patience. One could almost fall asleep at such a desk, the pen slowing, the eyelids heavy, the encyclopedias waiting like patient friends. The pawnbroker's tale continued, his words painting a picture so vivid, yet so serene that the listener could imagine drifting into it. For 8 weeks, Mr. Wilson had attended his peculiar post, arriving each morning to the same quiet office, the same soft chair, the same stack of encyclopedias. The routine was a comfort, a gentle rhythm that ordered his days. He would pause at noon to eat a sandwich wrapped in wax paper, cheese and chutney perhaps, or a slice of Mrs. Hudson's seed cake, and sip tea from a thermos that kept its warmth like a secret. The other red-headed gentlemen would share their lunches, their voices a soft murmur, the courtyard outside bathed in the golden haze of autumn. But then, as gently as a dream shifts its shape, the red-headed league dissolved. One morning Mr. Wilson arrived to find the office locked, the brass hook empty, the desk bare. A simple notice on the door, written in a neat copperplate hand, declared the league disbanded, its purpose fulfilled. The paper was crisp, the ink still faintly damp, and the words carried no malice, only a quiet finality, like the closing of a beloved book. There was no anger in Mr. Wilson's voice as he described this, only a mild puzzlement, as if he had woken from a pleasant nap to find the world slightly altered, the courtyard pigeons still cooing, the ivy still climbing, but the office silent. He had come to Holmes not out of distress, but out of a quiet curiosity, wondering what it all could mean. His hands rested calmly in his lap, his teacup balanced on his knee, the steam rising in delicate spirals. The fire popped softly, a log shifting into a more comfortable position, and the rain outside became a gentle patter as if the clouds themselves were tucking the city into bed. Holmes leaned forward, his eyes gleaming softly in the firelight, though his movements were slow, deliberate, like a cat stretching in sunlight. "A puzzle, Watson," he said, his voice a soothing cadence, "but a gentle one, like the turning of seasons. Let us follow it, not with haste, but with the calm of those who know all will be well. The fog outside is thick tonight, the streets quiet. We have all the time in the world." And so, in the soft embrace of that autumn evening, Holmes and Watson set out into the city, their steps muffled by the damp cobblestones. The streets of London were a dreamscape of fog and lamplight, each glow a beacon of safety, each shadow a place to rest the mind. The fog was not cold or cloying, but soft like gossamer, wrapping around them with the tenderness of a shawl. It carried the scents of the city, warm bread from a bakery, the faint tang of the river, the sweetness of apples sold from a barrow, and every breath was a comfort. They walked past shop windows where warm light spilled onto the pavement, past a milliner's where hats bloomed like flowers in shades of plum and sage, past a bookseller's where volumes of poetry and travelogues stood in neat rows, their pages whispering of far-off places where one might rest forever. The cobblestones were slick but not treacherous, each one polished by years of gentle feet. A horse-drawn cab clopped by, its driver tipping his hat with a sleepy smile, the horse's breath steaming in the cool air. The city was alive yet hushed, as if it too were preparing for sleep, its heartbeat slowing to a lullaby. Their first stop was the pawnbroker's shop in Coburg Square, a cosy little place tucked between a bookseller and a tailor. The sign above the door, a gilded set of 3 balls, creaked gently in the breeze, its chains singing a soft metallic lullaby. Inside, the air was warm with the scent of polished wood, old coins, and the faint mustiness of velvet-lined cases. Shelves lined the walls, displaying pocket watches that ticked softly, rings that gleamed like tiny moons, and a violin in its case, its strings waiting for a gentle hand. The counter was cluttered in a comforting way, with ledgers, ink pots, and a small brass scale that glinted in the lamplight. Mr. Wilson's assistant, a young man named Vincent Spaulding, greeted them with a friendly smile. He was a quiet sort, his hair dark and neatly combed, his waistcoat a soft grey that matched the fog outside. His movements were unhurried, his voice low and pleasant as he answered Holmes's gentle questions. Spaulding, it seemed, had encouraged his employer to apply for the league, having spotted the advertisement himself while reading the paper by the shop's back window. He spoke of it with a kind of dreamy enthusiasm, as if the idea of such a peculiar job were a delightful whimsy, a gift wrapped in red ribbon. Holmes lingered in the shop, his fingers trailing over the counter, his eyes noting every detail with the calm precision of a painter studying a canvas. He admired the neat rows of pawnbrokers' tickets, each one a tiny story of someone's treasure, the careful handwriting a testament to order and care. The shelves were tidy, the glass cases polished to a soft sheen, the atmosphere one of quiet industry. Watson, standing by the door, felt the weight of the day slipping from his shoulders, the shop's warmth wrapping around him like a blanket. The faint tick of the watches was a soothing metronome lulling his thoughts into stillness. Spaulding offered them tea, pouring it from a brown Betty pot into cup, decorated with tiny violets. The tea was strong but not bitter, sweetened with a spoonful of honey that glistened like liquid gold. They drank in companionable silence, the steam rising between them, the fog outside pressing gently against the windows. Holmes asked about the shop's routines, the comings and goings of customers, the quiet hours after noon when the square slept. Spaulding answered with a smile, his voice a soft hum, describing the way the sunlight fell through their back window in the afternoon, painting the floorboards in warm stripes. From the shop, Holmes led the way to the office where the Red-Headed League had met, a short walk through streets that grew quieter with every step. The fog thickened, softening the edges of the world, turning lampposts into glowing sentinels and shop signs into dreamy silhouettes. They passed a small park where a fountain trickled softly, its water catching the light in tiny rainbows, and a flower cellar arranging late blooms, chrysanthemums the colour of sunset, their petals soft as silk. The scent of the flowers lingered, mingling with the fog, creating a perfume that was both earthy and ethereal. The office was in Pope's Court, a narrow lane where the buildings leaned close, their bricks softened by ivy and time. The door to the League's rooms was plain but sturdy, its paint a gentle sage green, its brass knob polished to a warm glow. The courtyard beyond was a haven of peace, the pigeons cooing softly in the eaves, their wings rustling like pages turning in a beloved book. Ivy climbed the walls in lazy spirals, its leaves a deep, soothing green, and a single bench sat beneath a plane tree, its bark smooth and cool to the touch. Holmes knelt by the door, his movements slow and deliberate, his magnifying glass catching the lamplight as he examined the lock. There was no urgency in his actions, only a quiet curiosity, as if he were admiring the craftsmanship of a watchmaker rather than investigating a mystery. The lock was simple but well made, its keyhole clean, its scratches faint and telling. He traced them with a fingertip, his touch light as a feather, and murmured to Watson about the gentleness of the wear, the patience it implied. Watson watched, his eyelids heavy, the rhythm of Holmes's voice pulling him deeper into calm. The courtyard was a world unto itself, the fog curling around the bench like a cat, the pigeons settling into their roosts with soft coos. Even the idea of a dissolved league felt comforting here, like the end of a pleasant visit with old friends. Holmes stood, brushing a speck of dust from his coat, and led the way around the building, his steps soft on the gravel path. The back of the office overlooked a narrow alley where the fog pooled like cream in a bowl. Holmes paused at a cellar door set into the pavement, its iron hinges gleaming faintly, its wood weathered to a soft grey. He studied it with the same serene attention he might give to a starry sky, noting the faint scratches around the lock, the subtle compression of the earth nearby. "Watson," he said softly, "do you see how the stones here are slightly worn, as if many feet have passed this way, yet not in haste? And the door, note how cleanly it sits, how well maintained. It speaks of purpose, but a patient one, like a gardener tending a rose." Watson nodded, the fog cool against his cheek, the lamplight warm on his hands. The alley was a quiet place, the shadows soft and inviting, the distant sound of a barrel organ playing a slow waltz. The melody drifted through the fog, its notes mellow and nostalgic, wrapping around them like a scarf. Holmes's deductions unfolded slowly, each one a pebble dropped into a still pond, sending out ripples of understanding that lapped gently at the shores of the mind. The Red-Headed League, he explained, was no society at all, but a gentle diversion, crafted to keep Mr. Wilson occupied far from his shop for several hours each day. The true aim lay beneath the streets, in the cellar of a nearby bank, the City and Suburban Bank, its branch a solid, reassuring presence on the corner of Coburg Square. A tunnel was being dug, Holmes said, with the patience of a dreamer carving a path through mist. The criminals, clever but not cruel, had chosen this elaborate ruse to ensure their work went unnoticed, their tunnel a quiet secret beneath the city's sleeping heart. There was no alarm in Holmes's voice, no sense of danger. The tunnel, he said, was a marvel of quiet engineering, its walls smooth and cool, its path steady, like a river carving its way through soft earth. The earth removed was carried away in small, unhurried loads, perhaps disguised as ordinary deliveries, the workmen moving with the calm of those who know their task is safe and slow. The scheme was intricate, yes, but soothing in its precision, like the ticking of a grandfather clock in a quiet hall. To ensure the mystery resolved as gently as the night itself, Holmes arranged for the police to wait in the bank's vault, their presence as unintrusive as shadows. He visited Scotland Yard in the late afternoon, the building's corridors cool and dimly lit, the gas lamps hissing softly. Inspector Lestrade, a man whose enthusiasm was tempered by the calm of the evening, agreed to Holmes's plan with a nod and a smile. His moustache twitched slightly, but his eyes were kind, and he spoke in a low voice, as if reluctant to disturb the peace of the day. The vault was a cool, quiet place, its walls lined with iron and gold, its air heavy with the scent of polished metal and old paper. The strong boxes stood in neat rows, their locks gleaming, their contents a silent promise of security. The officers, Lestrade, a sergeant named Jones, and 2 constables, sat in comfortable chairs brought down from the manager's office, their lanterns casting a soft golden glow. The light pooled on the stone floor, creating islands of warmth, and the men spoke in hushed tones, sharing stories of quieter days, of cases that ended with a handshake rather than a chase. Holmes, Watson, and Mr. Wilson joined them as the evening deepened, the fog outside thickening into a blanket that muffled the city's sounds. The pawnbroker, far from anxious, seemed almost charmed by the adventure, his red hair catching the lantern light like a beacon of warmth. He settled into a chair with a sigh, his hands folded comfortably, his eyes bright with curiosity rather than fear. Watson, his blanket draped over his shoulders, felt the vault's stillness wrap around him, the gentle ticking of a distant clock lulling him towards sleep. The air was cool but not cold, the stone walls smooth and reassuring, the lantern's glow a constellation of safety. Holmes, ever the guardian of peace, spoke softly to the group, his words painting a picture of the tunnel below, a quiet passage, its earth cool and damp, its purpose now known and harmless. He described the care taken in its construction, the way the soil was packed to avoid collapse, the gentle curve of its path to avoid detection. The criminals, he assured them, would arrive soon, their steps muffled, their intentions clear but not cruel. There was no need for haste, no need for fear. The night was on their side, its embrace deep and restful, the fog a gentle guardian. The hours passed in a dreamy hush, the lanterns burning low, their flames steady and calm. The men dozed in their chairs, their breathing soft and even, the vault a womb of tranquility. Mr. Wilson hummed a little tune under his breath, something from his childhood perhaps, its melody sweet and simple. Watson's head nodded, the blanket warm against his cheek, the stone floor cool beneath his boots. Holmes sat with his eyes half closed, his mind alert but his body relaxed, the faintest smile on his lips. And so it was, in the hush of that subterranean vault, that the mystery unfolded like a flower opening to moonlight. The tunnel's entrance, a small iron grate in the floor, creaked softly, the sound no louder than a sigh. Two figures emerged, moving with the grace of shadows. John Clay, a man of sharp mind and gentle demeanour, his hair neatly combed, his coat a soft charcoal, and his accomplice, Archie, whose nervous smile betrayed no malice, only a quiet resignation. They carried small lanterns, their light dim and considerate, and their tools, folded neatly in a canvas bag, gleamed faintly. They froze at the sight of Holmes, his calm presence as reassuring as a lighthouse to a drifting ship. Clay's eyes widened, then softened with admiration, and he bowed slightly, a gesture of respect rather than defeat. "Mr. Holmes," he said, his voice low and melodic, "you have outdone us, and with such grace." There was no struggle, no harsh words. The officers, moving with the grace of dancers in a slow waltz, rose from their chairs and secured the men with cuffs that gleamed softly in the lantern light. The metal was cool but not cold, the clicks gentle, almost apologetic. Clay smiled faintly, his gaze drifting over the vault as if memorizing a pleasant dream. Archie shuffled his feet, his hands folded calmly, his eyes on the floor but not in fear. The tunnel, now revealed, was a quiet marvel, its walls smooth and cool, its air carrying the faint scent of earth and rain. Holmes led the way down, his lantern casting a soft glow, the earth beneath their feet, firm and reassuring. The passage curved gently, its ceiling high enough to stand comfortably, its sides packed with care. Small piles of soil lay in neat heaps, each one a testament to patience, and a wheelbarrow stood at the far end, its handles worn smooth by gentle hands. The The work was nearly complete, the bank's vault just beyond a final layer of earth, but the night had intervened, soft and kind. The resolution came as gently as dawn creeping through curtains. The tunnel was sealed, the earth packed back into place, the grate secured with a lock that gleamed anew. The bank's manager, a kindly man with spectacles and a voice like warm milk, arrived the next morning, his gratitude profuse but quiet. He offered Holmes a small token, pocket watch, its case engraved with vines, and shook Watson's hand with a grip that was firm but gentle. Mr. Wilson, restored to his shop, found his business undisturbed, his ledgers intact, his assistant Spaulding, revealed as Clay's accomplice, quietly dismissed with a reference and a handshake. Back at Baker Street, the fire had been stoked to a gentle glow, its flames dancing lazily, casting shadows that flickered like fireflies. Mrs. Hudson had laid out a tray of warm milk and honey cakes, their scent filling the room with sweetness. The milk was poured into cups of delicate porcelain, its surface shimmering, and the cakes were light, their centres soft with honey. The room was a sanctuary, its walls holding the city's noise at bay, its warmth a promise of rest. Mr. Wilson sat in the armchair, his face radiant with relief and wonder, his red hair a soft halo in the lamplight. He spoke of his gratitude, his voice a low, contented hum, as if the entire affair had been a pleasant dream. He described the quiet joy of returning to his shop, the familiar weight of his ledgers, the soft tick of the watches on the shelf. The adventure, he said, had been like a holiday, a gentle diversion that left him refreshed. Holmes, reclining once more, played a soft melody on his violin, the notes drifting through the room like petals on a breeze. The Stradivarius sang of quiet fields and sleepy rivers, its strings vibrating with a tenderness that settled into the bones. Watson, his eyes nearly closed, felt the music wrap around him, each note a step closer to slumber. The fire's embers glowed like a heartbeat, the rain outside a distant lullaby, the city beyond the windows asleep under a blanket of stars. "A gentle case, Watson," Holmes murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, the violin resting against his shoulder. "A puzzle that asked only for patience and rewarded us with peace. The league, the tunnel, the quiet hours in the vault, all of it a dream that resolved into morning." Watson nodded, his thoughts fading into the soft haze of sleep. "Peace," he echoed the word, a sigh, his blanket warm, his teacup empty on the table. And so, dear listener, let the story of the red-headed league carry you into dreams. Picture yourself in that quiet office, your pen gliding across paper, the courtyard pigeons cooing, the ivy rustling like a whisper, or wander the foggy streets with Holmes and Watson, the lamplight guiding you through a city that cradles you in its arms. The mystery is solved, the tunnel sealed, the bank safe, and the night is calm. Let the fire's embers glow in your mind, the violin's notes linger in your heart. You are safe, you are warm, and sleep is waiting, as gentle as the London rain. Drift now into the soft embrace of Baker Street, where every mystery ends in rest and every night is a promise of serenity. Good night. Sherlock Holmes, The Mystery of the Speckled Band. The morning arrived softly at 221B Baker Street, as April mornings do in London, with the gentlest persuasion of a light through heavy curtains and the slow, comfortable awakening of a city wrapped in mist. You found yourself in that pleasant state between sleeping and waking, aware of the familiar sounds of the household stirring below, the distant clip-clop of a horse's hooves on wet cobblestones, and the low murmur of voices drifting up the stairs like a melody half remembered from a dream. The fire in the grate had burned down to glowing embers during the night, painting the room in shades of amber and rose. Everything seemed softer in this early light. The edges of the furniture blurred into shadow. The Persian slipper on the mantelpiece that held Holmes's tobacco, a darker silhouette against the wall. The violin resting in its case like a sleeping creature of polished wood and horsehair. Even the chemical apparatus on the side table seemed less sharp, its glass tubes and beakers catching the firelight with a drowsy gleam. You were Watson, of course, settled into your favourite armchair with a blanket across your knees, warm and peaceful and utterly content. The morning chill couldn't reach you here, in this sanctuary of books and pipe smoke and the quiet companionship of your friend, who sat across from you in his mouse-coloured dressing gown, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin, his grey eyes soft with thought. Holmes had been unusually quiet since you'd both risen, moving through the morning routine with the slow grace of someone conserving their energy, speaking only in gentle murmurs about the quality of Mrs. Hudson's toast or the interesting density of the fog pressing against the windows. There was no case at present to occupy his restless mind, and you were grateful for it. These peaceful interludes were rare and precious, moments when the great detective could simply exist without the fever of pursuit, without the need to pit his intellect against the criminal minds of London. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked steadily, each soft sound a heartbeat of brass and springs, measuring out the comfortable silence. You found your eyelids growing heavy again, though you'd only just awakened. There was something hypnotic about mornings like this, when the whole world seemed to be moving at half speed, when even breathing felt like a languid, luxurious act. You could hear Mrs. Hudson moving about in the kitchen below, the gentle clatter of breakfast dishes being washed and put away, the soft creak of floorboards as she moved from pantry to stove. The smell of toast and butter still lingered in the air, mixing with the scent of Holmes's pipe tobacco. That particular blend he favoured, sweet and mellow and comforting as old leather. Outside, London was waking slowly, reluctantly, as though the city itself wanted to remain in bed just a few moments longer. The fog pressed thick against the window panes, turning the world beyond into a watercolour painting of greys and whites and the palest gold where the sun tried to break through. You watched it swirl and eddy, forming shapes that dissolved as soon as you tried to focus on them. A face, a tree, a distant spire, all melting back into formlessness. It was mesmerizing, this slow dance of vapor and light, and you felt yourself drifting with it, your thoughts becoming as soft and shapeless as the mist itself. A knock came at the door, not urgent or harsh, but gentle, almost apologetic. Mrs. Hudson's voice drifted up, soft as silk. "A young lady to see you, Mr. Holmes. She seems quite distressed, though trying to hide it, poor dear. Shall I send her up, or would you prefer to see her later?" Holmes rose with fluid grace, moving to the window to peer down at the street below through a gap in the curtains. You could see his profile silhouetted against the foggy light, the sharp nose, the keen eyes, the thoughtful set of his mouth. He stood there for a long moment, simply observing, before turning back to the room with a small nod. "Show her up, Mrs. Hudson," he said quietly, "and perhaps some tea. The morning is rather cold, and I suspect our visitor has been travelling. Something warming would do her good." You watched as he moved about the room, tidying with absent movements, straightening a pile of newspapers here, adjusting the position of his chair to better catch the firelight, adding another log to the grate with careful precision. The flames licked upward, painting dancing shadows across the wallpaper, and the room grew warmer still. The new log crackled and popped, releasing the sweet scent of burning oak, and a shower of sparks rose up the chimney, like tiny orange stars ascending to their celestial home. Holmes returned to his chair and settled into it with a sigh of contentment, crossing his long legs and resting his chin on his hand. He looked, in that moment, like a man completely at peace with the world, ready to receive whatever the day might bring without anxiety or impatience. It was one of his most remarkable qualities, this ability to be utterly still, utterly present, when the situation called for it. The young woman who entered moved like a ghost, wrapped in a grey travelling cloak that whispered against the doorframe. Her face was pale but lovely in the diffused morning light, her dark eyes holding shadows that spoke of sleepless nights and quiet worry. She was perhaps 30, with the bearing of good breeding and the slight tremor of hands that had known some recent shock. Her hair was dark and pinned up beneath a small hat, and a few tendrils had escaped to curl softly against her neck. She paused in the doorway, uncertainty written across her features. "Miss Helen Stone," she introduced herself, her voice barely above a whisper, as though she feared disturbing the morning's peace. "I hope I haven't called too early. I've travelled from Surrey. You see, from Stoke Moran, and I didn't know where else to turn. My situation is most peculiar, and I fear I may be in some danger, though I can scarcely believe it myself." Holmes guided her to the chair nearest the fire with a gentleness you'd rarely seen in him, his movements slow and reassuring. He took her cloak and hung it carefully on the stand by the door, then returned to help her settle into the seat, adjusting a cushion behind her back with the care of a nurse tending a patient. "You are quite safe here," he said, and something in his tone made even you relax further into your seat. There is no urgency that cannot wait while you warm yourself. You have come a long way, and the morning is cold. Watson, would you pour? The ritual of tea making became a meditation. The soft clink of china, the gentle glug of liquid pouring from the pot, the sweet steam rising in lazy spirals toward the ceiling. You added milk and sugar at Miss Stoner's quiet request, stirring slowly, the spoon circling round and round in a hypnotic rhythm. Miss Stoner accepted her cup with both hands, as though drawing warmth and courage from the porcelain itself. She cradled it close to her chest, and you watched the steam rise to touch her face like a gentle caress. The three of you sat in companionable silence while she took small sips, her breathing gradually slowing, her shoulders dropping from their tense position near her ears. The fire crackled softly. The fog pressed closer against the windows. Somewhere in the distance, a church bell tolled the hour with soft, muffled tones that seemed to come from another world entirely. "Take your time," Holmes murmured. "There is nothing so urgent that it cannot wait for comfort and warmth. Tell us your story when you are ready, and not a moment before." Miss Stoner took a deep breath and began to speak, her voice taking on the quality of someone recounting a fairy tale, something distant and dreamlike. "My stepfather," she began at last, "Dr. Grimesby Roylott, is the last survivor of one of the oldest Saxon families in England, the Roylotts of Stoke Moran, on the western border of Surrey. Our estate is ancient and beautiful in the way of old places, all weathered stone and climbing roses and rooms that smell of lavender and thyme. The house has stood for centuries watching over the countryside, its windows like sleepy eyes gazing out over gardens and fields." She paused to sip her tea, and you found yourself drifting into the picture she painted. You could see it so clearly. The manor house drowsing in the Surrey countryside, surrounded by gardens gone delightfully wild. Ivy creeping up walls of honey-coloured stone, bees droning in the flower beds on summer afternoons, the ancient oaks standing like sentinels around the property, their branches forming cathedral arches overhead, the sound of birdsong drifting through open windows, the smell of roses and freshly cut grass, and the particular perfume of old stone warmed by the sun. "My mother married Dr. Roylott when my twin sister Julia and I were but 2 years old," Miss Stoner continued softly. "Our father had died, you see, and mother was young and alone. Dr. Roylott had been a medical man in India, serving in Calcutta, where he had met mother during his time there. He seemed kind enough at first, or so I have been told. But India changed him, or perhaps revealed what had always been there beneath the surface. He became violent and difficult, got into terrible quarrels, and was eventually sent back to England." She stared into her teacup as though reading the leaves at the bottom, searching for answers in their scattered pattern. "When mother died 8 years ago, she left her entire fortune, a considerable sum, to Dr. Roylott, with the provision that Julia and I would each receive an annual income when we married. The estate itself, Stoke Moran, came to him as well. He shut up the house in London and we all retired to the ancestral home in the country. It should have been paradise. The countryside is so beautiful there, so peaceful. The gardens, the woods, the little stream that runs through the property. It should have been everything one could want. Holmes listened with his eyes half closed, his fingers still steepled, his breathing slow and even. He might have been falling asleep himself, so relaxed was his posture, but you knew he was absorbing every word, every inflection, every pause and hesitation, storing them away in that remarkable mind of his. But my stepfather has become increasingly reclusive and strange, Miss Stoner said. He keeps unusual companions, a baboon that wanders the grounds freely, and a cheetah from India that startles the villagers when it appears suddenly in the lanes. He has no friends, speaks to no one, and when he does venture into the village, he often gets into terrible arguments that sometimes end in violence. The locals fear him, and we have become quite isolated. She set down her teacup with trembling hands and continued. 2 years ago, my twin sister Julia was to be married. She was so happy, so full of plans and dreams for her future. Her wedding was to take place within the fortnight. But one night she came to my room, unable to sleep. She had been disturbed by some sound she could not identify. She spoke of a low whistle in the darkness, a sound that came from the passage between our bedrooms in the dead of night. I heard it too, sometimes in that space between sleeping and waking, a soft, almost musical sound like wind through a narrow space, or the call of some night bird that had lost its way and found itself trapped within walls. The room seemed to grow quieter still, as though the very air was listening. Outside, the fog swirled in slow eddies, and you found your attention drawn to it again, to the way it moved and shifted like something alive, something dreaming. That night, 2 years ago, I heard a scream, Miss Stoner said. But even this revelation came gently, without sharp edges, as though she were recounting something that had happened to someone else, long ago and far away. It was Julia. I rushed from my room and found her in the corridor, swaying as though dancing to music only she could hear. Her face was twisted with fear and pain, though even then there was something almost peaceful about her, as though she were already somewhere else, somewhere beyond pain. Miss Stoner's voice grew even softer, and you had to lean forward slightly to hear her words. She whispered just 2 things before she fell. She said it was the band, the speckled band, and then she was gone, so peacefully in the end, as though simply falling asleep after a long and tiring day. The doctors could find no mark upon her, no wound, no poison. They said it was perhaps a seizure or some defect of the heart we had never known about. But I remember her words, and I remember that whistle in the darkness, and I have never been able to forget. The fire crackled, sending up a small shower of sparks. Mrs. Hudson arrived silently with fresh tea and a plate of biscuits, placing them on the table with barely a sound before withdrawing like a benevolent spirit. The comfort of the room seemed to intensify, the warmth, the soft light, the feeling of complete safety. For 2 years I've lived quietly at Stoke Moran, Miss Stoner said. I rarely leave my room at night, and I hear the whistle only occasionally, so faint I can almost believe I imagined it. But recently, repairs have been ordered to my chamber, some issue with the plasterwork, and I have been moved into Julia's old room, the very room where she spent her last night. She looked up at Holmes then, her dark eyes wide and full of unspoken fears. Last night, in the darkness, in that room, I heard it again. That same low whistle, soft as a lullaby, soft as wind through reeds. I lay in bed, unable to move, barely daring to breathe, and I heard it clearly. 3 notes, low and musical, coming from the ventilator near the ceiling, and I knew with absolute certainty that I must seek help, though I am perhaps imagining dangers where none exist. I am engaged to be married, you see, in the spring. And the whistle came on the night before Julia was to sign the papers for her marriage settlement. The parallel is too clear to ignore. Holmes was silent for a long moment, and when he spoke, his voice was a soothing murmur, barely louder than the crackling of the fire. We shall visit Stoke Moran today, he said, but there is no need for alarm, for haste, for fear. Whatever mysteries exist, they exist in daylight as well as darkness, and they can be unravelled with patience and care. These things always can. The truth has a way of revealing itself to those who watch and wait with proper attention. You have done well to come here, and we shall see this matter through to its conclusion. After Miss Stone had departed to rest at her aunt's house, you and Holmes prepared for the journey. The morning stretched before you like a long, pleasant dream, and there was time enough for everything. Holmes smoked a pipe while gazing out at the fog, and you read the morning papers, though the words seemed to blur together in the gentle light. The world felt suspended, waiting, peaceful. The journey to Surrey unfolded like turning the pages of an illustrated book. The train rocked gently on its rails, carrying you through the countryside as the morning fog slowly lifted, revealing fields of new grass and hedgerows white with hawthorn blossoms. Holmes sat across from you, his eyes on the passing landscape, his expression peaceful and contemplative. The countryside rolled by in waves of green and gold, farms and forests, tiny villages clustered around church spires, rivers winding through valleys like silver ribbons. You watched the world slide by, cottages with smoke rising lazily from their chimneys, a farmer leading his horse through a gate, a line of sheep moving like clouds across a hillside. Everything seemed to be moving at the perfect pace, unhurried and serene, as though the universe itself had decided that today would be a day of gentleness and slow revelations. Children played in a village green, their laughter drifting through the open window of the train car. An old woman sat on a bench, knitting peacefully in the sun. The train swayed and rocked, the rhythmic sound of wheels on rails creating a lullaby all its own. You felt your eyelids growing heavy, the warmth of the sun through the window, the gentle motion, the peace of the countryside all conspiring to pull you towards sleep. But you resisted. wanting to see Stoke Moran, wanting to witness whatever revelations the afternoon might bring. Stoke Moran, when you reached it, was indeed as beautiful as Miss Stonia had described. The old manor house sat amid ancient oaks and elms, their branches forming a canopy of soft green light. The stone walls were warm in the afternoon sun, covered in climbing roses just beginning to bloom, their petals unfurling like sleepy eyelids. The house was built in the shape of a U, its weathered stones the colour of honey and cream, its windows reflecting the sky like drowsy eyes. Parts of it were clearly very old, medieval perhaps, while other sections showed the additions of later centuries. There was also a sense of gentle decay about the place, a feeling of slow surrender to time. Paint peeled from the window frames in soft curls. Slates were missing from the roof here and there, and the gardens, while beautiful, were overgrown and wild. It was a house drowsing its way toward a long sleep, like an old person slowly fading in an armchair, peaceful and inevitable. Somewhere nearby, a dove called its drowsy three-note song, and you heard the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze. The afternoon was warm and still, heavy with the scent of flowers and grass and the particular smell of old stone. It was the sort of place where you could easily imagine spending a summer afternoon, dozing in a garden chair with a book open on your lap, the world reduced to sunlight and shadow, and the drone of bees among the roses. Dr. Roylott was away in town, which allowed you to explore in peace. You moved through rooms that smelled of beeswax and old books and a faint mustiness that spoke of rooms long closed. The floorboards creaked beneath your feet with the comfortable sounds of age, and dust motes danced in shafts of sunlight. Julia's chamber was at the end of a passage, a pleasant room with windows overlooking the Sarden. The afternoon sun streamed through the glass, painting everything in gold and amber. Holmes moved about it with slow, methodical care, examining everything with infinite patience. He studied the windows, locked from the inside. He examined the door, solid and secure. He ran his hands along the walls, tapped the floor, peered under the furniture. The bell pull. Holmes murmured at last, indicating a thick rope that hung beside the bed. Curious. He pulled it gently, and no bell rang anywhere in the house. It appears to be a dummy connected to nothing. And here, he continued, pointing to a small ventilator near the ceiling, this opening does not lead outside. If you look at the architecture, you can see it opens into the adjoining room. Most unusual. The adjoining room belonged to Dr. Roylott. Here the atmosphere was heavier, more masculine, with dark furniture and the faint smell of cigars and exotic animals. Holmes examined a wooden chair, a small saucer of milk on the table, and then his attention fixed on a large metal safe in the corner, and beside it a small leather leash with a peculiar loop. He studied these items for a long moment, his grey eyes growing distant and soft. "I believe I understand," he said quietly, "but understanding must wait for proof. We must return after dark and keep watch." The afternoon drifted into evening with the slow inevitability of honey dripping from a spoon. A telegram was sent to Miss Stoner with instructions. You and Holmes took dinner at a small inn in the village, eating slowly, speaking little. The sun set in shades of rose and gold, and stars emerged one by one in the darkening sky. When night fell, you returned to Stoke Moran. Miss Stoner helped you climb through her window, then departed to safety as arranged. You and Holmes settled into wait, the door locked, the lamp extinguished, moonlight streaming through the windows in silver bars. You sat in the darkness, wrapped in your coat, feeling the gentle weight of exhaustion. Beside you, Holmes was perfectly still, his breathing barely audible. The house settled around you with soft creaks and sighs, the sounds of an old building having its ancient conversations with itself. Hours passed in that peaceful darkness. Time seemed to lose all meaning, to expand and contract like something breathing. You found your thoughts drifting, fragmenting, reforming. The boundary between sleeping and waking grew thin as gossamer. The moon climbed higher, its light shifting across the room. You watched patterns form and dissolve on the walls. Outside, an owl called, a soft, questioning sound. You thought of nothing and everything, your mind wandering through memories like a hand trailing through water. Then, so soft you almost missed it, a sound. A gentle glow appeared in the ventilator above, faint as starlight, and with it came that whisper, a low, musical whistle, soft as wind, soft as memory. 3 notes, low and pure, hanging in the darkness. Holmes moved with liquid grace, rising without a sound, and suddenly his cane was in his hand and he was striking at something in the ventilator. Once, twice, 3 times. Sharp blows followed by a strange hissing and then a cry from the adjoining room, muffled and distant. "It is over," Holmes said quietly, his hand on your shoulder, warm and reassuring. "Come, Watson, we must see what we have caught." You lit the lamp with trembling hands and made your way to Dr. Roylott's room. Inside, you found him seated in his chair, his face strangely peaceful despite everything. Around his brow, like a terrible crown, was coiled a peculiar yellowish band with brownish speckles, a snake, the swamp adder of India, the deadliest serpent known. Holmes approached carefully and returned the creature to the safe using his cane. He trained it to climb through the ventilator, Holmes said softly, his voice taking Oz's quality of someone telling a bedtime story. He would send it at night, calling it back with his whistle. It was meant to bite Miss Stoner as it had bitten Julia 2 years ago, leaving no mark, appearing as natural death. He killed once for inheritance and would have killed again. But tonight, when I struck at the creature, I drove it back in anger, and it struck its master instead. There is a symmetry in it, Watson. He sent death into the darkness, and death returned to him. You felt no horror, only a deep, peaceful sense of rightness, of circles closing, of puzzles solved. In the lamplight, even this scene seemed distant and dreamlike. The necessary arrangements were made quietly. Servants were roused. Messages were sent. Miss Stoner was told the danger had passed, and she wept with relief before returning to sleep, the deep, dreamless sleep of someone whose nightmare has finally ended. You and Holmes departed into the night that was already becoming morning. The sky was just beginning to pale in the east, and the first birds were singing. You walked through gardens where everything smelled of dew and new beginnings. The journey back to London unfolded in reverse. Sunrise instead of sunset, the world waking instead of sleeping. But you felt wrapped in the peace of resolution, and you dozed against Holmes's shoulder as the train rocked homeward. Miss Donner would marry in the spring. Stoke Moran would become hers, and she would fill it with light and laughter and the voices of children. The old house would forget its darkness and remember only sunshine and roses and summer afternoons, and you and Holmes would return to Baker Street, to your chairs by the fire, to your comfortable silence. The mystery would become memory, then story, then dream, fading into softness like everything fades, becoming gentle with time. The cab took you through London's waking streets. Mrs. Hudson greeted you at the door, and you climbed the familiar 17 steps with legs heavy as lead. The fire had been lit and the rooms were warm and welcoming. You settled into your chair and wrapped the blanket around your knees. Holmes moved about, putting away his coat, and then you heard the soft sound of his violin case opening, the gentle tuning of strings. He began to play a slow melody, something soft and wordless and infinitely soothing, something that spoke of mysteries solved and dangers past and the deep, abiding safety of home. The music carried you down into sleep, into dreams of foggy mornings and old houses, and the gentle turning of the world where even death is soft and justice is kind and every story ends as it should. You are back where you began, in that perfect moment of early morning, warm and safe and drowsy. The fire glows softly. The fog wraps around Baker Street like a blanket. Holmes's violin sings its lullaby. Sleep now, sleep peacefully. All mysteries are solved. All dangers are past. You are safe in Baker Street, safe in the amber light, safe in the soft arms of dreams. The violin plays on, softer and softer, until it is barely a whisper, barely a breath. The music becomes the sound of your own breathing, slow and even and peaceful. You sink deeper into the cushions, into the warmth, into the golden glow of the fire. Outside, beyond the curtained windows, London continues its eternal rhythm, but you are here safe and warm and perfectly at peace. The morning stretches before you like an endless gift, and there is nothing you need to do, nowhere you need to be. Only this moment, only this peace, only this gentle drift towards sleep. Rest now. The story is over. The mystery is solved. You are home. You are safe. You are deeply, perfectly, endlessly at peace. The fire crackles one last time, sending up a shower of orange sparks that glow for just a moment before fading into darkness. The violin's voice grows fainter still, a whisper of melody that wraps around you like the softest blanket, and you sleep.